certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's every morning as soon as I hit start streaming. I can't figure it out. I don't know what it is. I've changed the air filters. I've changed the furnace filters, the air exchange filters. It goes away like by 6:05. It'll all go away.
But until then, it's like you're allergic.
5:58 to 6:05. I have a 7-minute window where I'm sneezing, I'm coughing, I'm stuffed up, and it just goes away. Oh my God! Maybe
what? I mean, possibly, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, because if I have the sugar-free Red Bull or this, still does it. Right. And it doesn't do it year-round. It's some weird shit, boy, I tell you.
Is it just this time of year all the time?
Yeah.
Spring and summer?
It's this weird thing this year where, like, I normally get allergies every year.
Yeah.
And I can't, like, if I go to the cabin, I can't function. Like, my eyes are really watery, and I'm sneezing, and my sinuses are all fucked up. It's not happening this year. I've been out to the lake 2 or 3 times. It hasn't happened. So I don't know if maybe in a weird way my allergies are getting better.
I mean, perhaps.
And then this is a way of dealing with that. I have to say right now, I love no-goal shows. They feel like old radio shows.
Yeah, it's more fun. We don't do anything. We just fuck around and have a good time.
I will say, well, I don't want to say we don't do anything. I mean, that's not, I don't want to take that cat out of the bag.
Oh,
but,
excuse me.
But I do love it because, like, some people, they've started the running gag, and I like the running gag where they're like, if like any segment seems flat, or if any segment, like, I don't, like, sometimes you can tell, like, I really thought this segment was going to be something, and I didn't I spent like maybe 7 minutes on it, where I maybe thought I had a half hour on it, and it'll kind of drag at the end, and people be like, yep, this is what he does when there's no goal. Way to go, guys. Good job. But then, you know, when the show is very good and it's just a fantastic little listen, especially, you know, kind of my goal on this holiday week is to give people a nice and easy listen.
Right, because we don't want any serious shit before we go out and have a fun time on the 4th.
Right, like I don't want, you know, Jews and Muslims killing each other.
They're going to do that anyway. It can wait till next week.
Yeah, exactly. Like today there's a little RFK Jr. Fauci stuff, but it's only because and I know this is stupid. I know I'm being an idiot, but it's hopeful. And I want to talk about the hopefulness of, like, RFK Jr. wants to hold basically a truth commission. He says to hold Fauci accountable. Now, do I think Fauci's going to get held accountable?
No.
No, of course not. But if it happens, Fauci getting held accountable for anything is kind of like it's an icing on the cake, because just getting the bleeding to stop and getting somebody else in there was the win. And anything else that I made peace with the idea that nothing happens and nothing's going to happen. So if anything does happen, like if Fauci just gets dinged reputation-wise, or if Fauci gets humiliated publicly, I'm like, that's extra. That's an extra win. I don't ever think the guy's going to jail, nor, really at 80 years old and like doing something that governments have done for thousands of years. Should he even? Like, did Fauci sit in a lab or sit in a basement one day twirling a mustache, hatching this whole thing and going, I'm going to pull this off on my own? He was part of the thing that decided they were going to do this. I mean, I think the most damning piece of evidence with all the Fauci stuff, or one of the most damning piece of evidence, is like outside of all the money stuff and how that connects to EcoHealth Alliance and the Wuhan lab, is the fact that Robert Redfield, the head of the CDC, was kept out of all the meetings.
Well, why would we want to involve that guy?
But right? Because it was whenever we didn't want to wear masks or whenever we didn't want to stand on the footprints at Walmart, it was, hey, listen to the CDC. But the problem was the CDC guy started going, I think a lot of this stuff is fucking bullshit. And Fauci's like, yeah, we're not inviting Bob to the meetings anymore. Like, Bob's a bummer. Bob's a downer. Like, Bob.
Now it's trust the science, guys.
Right.
Trust the science.
Bob was the guy at Jonestown going, this Kool-Aid tastes funny. And then everyone went, all right, Bob's not allowed to hang out in the club anymore. Like, we got to, and don't give Bob any Kool-Aid or give him a shitload. One of the two.
One or the other.
Don't let Bob sip on the Kool-Aid, all right? Because he's talking funny. So that's kind of like when I heard that one, I was like, all right, I'm not a conspiracy theorist anymore. This was malicious on Fauci's part. This wasn't just, I think I'm right. This is the way we should go for this pandemic. You guys got to fall in line. This was, I'm doing some fucked up shit. This guy's saying this shit is fucked up. Let's stop inviting him to the parties. And so when they were having medical meetings about what to do with COVID, the guy who was in charge of the department that tells you what to do in the effect, like, they're the guys putting the letters in the lunch boxes about strep throat and all the other shit. That's Robert Redfield's job, is to manage an outbreak of something. And so when COVID starts breaking out and he what was Redfield's big thing? His big thing was like, was it masks were bullshit or 6 feet or the way
the 6 foot distance one?
6 foot. He was like,
there's arguable evidence that masks, like maybe for COVID, they won't stop transmission, but overall in the event of like keeping from infections from spreading, wearing a mask could be helpful.
They reduce droplets, as they say. They reduce the amount of shit and piss you're putting in the air.
It's catching a lot of what's coming out of you.
Yeah. So he was like big on the 6 foot. He was like, the 6 foot thing, we're making that up, guys. That's not a thing. This disease probably spreads further than 6 feet. You're not protecting anyone by doing 6 feet. You guys are doing this as a loophole so you have an excuse to keep grocery stores open.
Yeah.
Like if you want to close down everything else, but you want to keep liquor stores open so people self-medicate their depression from locking them inside, and you want them at the grocery store or they're going to riot and loot the grocery stores, and you're going to have civil unrest. So, because you got to eat. So Robert Redfield's, so they went, well, you guys can go to the grocery stores, but you got to stay 6 feet from each other. And it was revealed later in emails that Fauci made up 6 feet. He just went 6 feet. And
right. And then we never enforced that like unilaterally. It was always like 6 foot in front of you, but you could be right next to somebody.
You're right. It was never a 6 foot radius.
Nope. It was always 6
front
feet
and back.
Forward and back.
Yeah. Oh, you're to the side of me? Yeah, we're fine then.
COVID doesn't go sideways.
Yeah. Can't go shoulder to shoulder. It was, like a basketball player who's really good, but you find out he can't go to his left. And you're like, all right, well, then I'll just shade his right side. There was like a baseball, back when they could do the shift in baseball, when you found out the guy couldn't push the ball down the opposite way, you just shifted everybody over to his pull side, and then you were able to take care of him. But yeah, Robert Redfield was like, a lot of this stuff Fauci's coming out with is bullshit. Oh, he was also lab leak.
He was.
He was Team Lab Leak, Robert Redfield. So Fauci's like,
yeah.
get this guy the fuck out of here. Because they were going hardcore with, pangolin.
Pangolins.
Yeah. These dirty, filthy Chinese are eating pangolins because they're gross, disgusting, backward people. And the rest of us were like, I don't know. I think it leaked from a lab. And they're like, oh, you're really racist towards Chinese people. It's not that they had a high-tech lab and they made an oopsie. It's that these backwards Chinese barbarians eat raw animals. Stop being racist. It's like saying, like, hey, man, I think black people can be very talented at many different things. I think they're incredible. And, they really, one example is athletics. They seem to do very well, and they seem to outpace white people in that. You fucking racist. They're all bone through their nose savages. Stop being a dick. Like, what? So
respect other cultures. Those ignorant apes can't do anything. Right. Oh, my God, man.
Right? It was really...
It's very confusing.
We really all should be in therapy. I mean, we were gaslit badly, and I don't think we really understand the damage it did to us psychologically yet. Because now that
at least it was worldwide. So, it wasn't just us.
Right. So do we really need therapy, or is this just the norm and it's okay to be this way?
I think it's probably fine.
I think it's probably fine now. But yeah, Redfield was also the lab leak guy. And as soon as he said, hey, guys, maybe we should follow the science and we should look into this lab leak, they're like, just take Rob.
Yeah, just don't let him know about the meeting.
Take Rob off the email list. That's fine. He basically, it was the opposite of Pete Hegseth. And they're like, don't include that guy in the what is it? Not Twitch. What's the service?
Pete Hegseth?
That Pete Hegseth used, yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
Whistle, Wander, Willy Boy, fucking Signal.
There we go.
Signal. That's the one. Coltrane with $1 starting us off today with a Facebook link. I have no idea what that's going to be or if it's any good. Los Federales with $1 says day 3 in the Dominican Republic. No diarrhea yet, but my asshole feels like it's starting to forget how to hold shit in. That's the gay sex. It's like when I have to go, my stomach is hosting a party, and the host says, all right, everyone get the fuck out. Yeah, that's butt sex. Redbird with $1 says the lockdowns and distancing happened 3 days after 50,000 armed protesters showed up in Virginia and forced the government to back down and started planning similar protests. Everyone's got the deal. Everyone's got the idea that they know why. They know it's this specific. I don't think it's any one specific thing. I think this was all. I don't think like if those protesters didn't show up, they were still going to do it. Like this was the plan. Donald Trump. Here's what I think happened. There's two sides of this. There's the American side and the Chinese side. On the American side, the Donald Trump thing worked way better than they ever thought it was going to. The Donald Trump thing led to an incredible economy. It led to people being generally happy, not a lot of drama other than the ones like the media created. So, and we were coming into an election year and this guy was going to win. Like people were like, holy shit, my house is worth more than ever. Prices are down. My money's good. My investments look great. Like, honestly, 2019 was one of the best years I can remember in modern history. It was quiet. There were no wars. We killed an Iranian guy at an airport.
That's about the big one.
Yeah. But we were on our way out of Afghanistan. We were out of Iraq. Like all of it was done. And the economy was going great. And we were holding China's feet to the fire. And in China, they were having protests in Hong Kong where hundreds of thousands of people were out in the street. Because remember, Hong Kong stayed British for a long time, till like the 90s or early 2000s even.
And then they did this thing where they're like, we're going to make you part of China, but we're going to let you like come in slowly. So we're not going to just throw all of our communist stuff on
because
you. So they've been getting sick of it.
The reason was because Hong Kong had built this capitalist economy and they were thriving. I mean, Hong Kong was a very special city. And then the British had to give it back to the Chinese. And the Chinese said, we'll let you remain semi-autonomous because you've built this successful thing. And then China slowly, they just kept creeping more and more on Hong Kong. And Hong Kong was pissed. Those people had freedom. They hadn't been conditioned in communism like mainland China. So Hong Kong they start protesting in the street, and China's like, this is bad. Because do you remember what they were waving?
American flags?
American flags. And they were asking America to come to the port of Hong Kong. They were saying, we love America, USA, USA. They wanted democracy or whatever the fuck we have. They wanted all of that. And they didn't like China. And China was like, well, we gotta put an end to this shit. Like, we gotta stop this. Boy, that virus, Hong Kong protests, done. America, Donald Trump, he has to print money now. He has to send all these checks out. He's got to, torpedo the economy, shut down everything. And if he doesn't care, and he just wants people to die.
Right.
So that cooled his heels. He was done. COVID was a disaster. Amazingly, right after he loses the election, they find a vaccine for this thing.
Well, he started that with Operation Warp Speed.
Well, once there was a vaccine, but the vaccine didn't come out until about a month after the election. Once all the legal challenges were done, and once, they knew they had it in the bag, then all of a sudden, hey, it's kind of like, remember an outbreak when they didn't know what the fuck this disease was, and then all of a sudden,
the E809 or whatever,
E1101.
1101.
They had E1101, which was effective at curing the Mutaba strain, not the Cedar Creek strain. So it had mutated, and now their E1101 didn't work. And so the military was like, fuck, this got away from us. And I feel like with the COVID thing, this vaccine was ready to go. Because we kept hearing, you don't get vaccines for new diseases for at least 4 years. Because it needs to be developed and tested and everything else. This thing, within, 9 months, we had a vaccine for this fucking thing, and the vaccine came out.
You're an asshole to question if it's efficacy or its safety, because after all, normally takes 4 years. We pump this thing out in 9 months. You have no reason to be like, why would I want to use that?
Right, exactly. And we did. So the vaccine comes out right after the election, right after they get Trump out of there, and after all of his legal challenges to the election have been, done. Then all of a sudden we get, hey guys, guess what? We got a vaccine. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. By the way, somebody left me a comment yesterday. I wanted to address this because he's not the first person to have said this. We were talking about my golf game yesterday, and that's everyone's favorite part of the show. It's Meme Copium's favorite part of the show, is when I talk about my golf game. He loves it, and I like to, make people happy. Yesterday, someone made a very good point. They said, Aaron, you're on the cusp of breaking 90, and that's your obsession. You're obsessed with breaking 90, and you say you won't drink on the course. I can have one alcoholic beverage on the course per 18 holes. You say and if I golf 9 holes, I can't drink at all. So you don't drink, and you won't get new clubs until you break 90. He says, get this, saddle up partner. He says, you've put yourself in a catch-22. You say you won't get new clubs until you shave off those last few strokes and break 90. He said
clubs might be what you need.
He said that's exactly what he said. He said new clubs are exactly what you need to break 90. You got to get rid of your, these were the Shields. I don't know if they were the cheapest clubs, but they were one of the cheaper sets that I bought. They're MG golf clubs. And are MG golf clubs good? Let's see. MG Golf, known as Merchants of Golf, makes a variety of golf clubs, including the Tour X MG28 package set, which includes wood. Customer reviews for MG golf clubs are generally positive, with users noting their ease of use, solid quality, and good value, particularly for beginners and seniors.
So yeah, you need new clubs.
That's what it sounds like. Can better clubs improve my score? Yes, newer, better fitting club. Well, the fit is good. They're plus ones. can improve your score, especially if you're currently using older or poorly fitted equipment. Modern clubs offer advancements in technology that can lead to increased distance, improved accuracy, and more forgiveness on mishits. Fuck. Custom fitting is also crucial as it ensures the clubs are tailored to your individual swing and body type, maximizing their potential. So I'm going to break 90 if I... God, they're fucking expensive, though. You know?
Why do you think I still... well, I suppose walking is part of it, but why do you think I don't want my daughter to play hockey? Like, oh, God.
I hear you. I get that, man.
Fucking sport's a goddamn ripoff.
I get that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so
it's
I
like
got
$500 for a goaltending stick now.
Now, what should I do? Should I do this club by club? Because I was thinking about the cheaper way to do it might be doing it club by club. Just take the clubs I use the most, switch. Like, I got a Nike sand wedge, and I love it. It's so fucking good. It's my favorite.
What does it take?
Shipping club. What?
I couldn't help it. You said I got a Nike sandwich, and what does it taste like?
Well, the way I golf, mostly dirt. But
so,
no, I got.
You need to replace the most.
No. That I got that one. So somebody was selling. I go to garage sales and I buy bags of clubs, and this was a bag that I got for $15, and it had a Nike sand wedge in it. Apparently, it is like I found a gem. Like the guy I was golfing with Sunday told me. He said, this is the sand wedge that all other 60-degree wedges imitate now, is this Nike sand wedge. And I'm like, all right, good, because I fucking love the thing. And so I'm keeping that one. My driver is a tailor-made driver that I got in a $10 bag that I bought, and it's aces. I love it. The only thing is I don't think it's very forgiving on mishits. So okay. I go left a lot. But then... You know, the rest, like my irons, I like my irons, and they're the irons that I bought. Like, you can get a new iron, but like even a nice new, like a Callaway or a tailor-made iron set is still going to run you $1,000 fucking dollars. Like a new set of irons, 6, 7, 8, 9 pitching wedge.
Jesus Christ,
man. It's ridiculous. It's, those will run you about a G. If you want a good set of clubs, you're looking at $1,500, $1,750. Like mine were like $600, $600 for my set of clubs. I was fine with that.
You know, I know how you love golf, but it sounds like price range frisbee golf is a lot more your speed. You could pick up brand new frisbee golf discs like $15, $20.
Yeah. That's why stoners play it, nice and cheap.
Oh yeah, dude, we're poor shit.
Yeah, nice and cheap. That's why they smoke weed instead of like doing heroin or coke.
No, for me it's personal preference.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck. You don't want to fuck around with the dragon, man.
Right, man. You're just gonna get into too much serious stuff. I've got an afternoon of watching cartoons to do. That's gonna interfere.
Redbird with $1 says, "Don't forget all these people that wanted you in a concentration camp for not getting the shot were screaming about how they wouldn't take the Trump shot." When they did a 180 in less than a month. Well, they kind of just went ahead and forgot that it was quote unquote Trump's vaccine, and they just bit the bullet and took it. Mm-hmm. And if you mention that it was Trump's vaccine, they really didn't even argue that one. They just kind of ignored it, really. I suddenly got the urge to go to Costco for some reason. I have no idea why. Hulkamasha Baby says, with your luck, you'll get new clubs and it'll completely ruin your yardage and swing. And you'll be back in the 100s. Oh, I worry about that. I worry about getting a new set of clubs. And
there's going to be an adjustment period, too.
I know the distance on all my clubs. My pitching wedge is about 145 if I bust it. My 9 iron's about 155 if I bust it. My 8 iron's about 165, 175 for my 7, 185 for my 6, 200 with my 3 hybrid. I know my yardages if I hit it right. 250 with my driver. Maybe 125 with the sand wedge. But if I get new clubs, that might all change. Who knows?
Oh, no, that'll definitely all change because, like I said, there's going to be an adjustment period.
Then Hulkamasha Baby says, how do you fade it left? Are you rolling your wrists as you drive? Yes. I've kind of fixed it, though. I fixed it a little bit. I had a baseball grip where my right thumb was straight down on the club handle. I've now turned my right hand to the left a little bit. And that's helped and taken a step closer to the ball. I was playing too far away. Well, tall guys, you get told by amateurs as you learn how to golf that if you're tall, stand back from the ball. It's actually the opposite, because if you stand next to a short person, like if you're golfing sometime, you guys stand there and put your hands straight down, your hands are the same distance from the ground. Like as you put your hands down, you'll notice that if you're standing next to a short person, your hands are the same. They go down to the same level. They're even. It's a mind fuck the first time you see it. But I was golfing with a guy who was probably about 5'9", and he goes, stand up straight, put your arms down at your side. And our hands were at the same level. They were the same distance. So he's like, yeah, that's standing back from the ball shit. He goes, that's going to fuck you up. Stand closer, get that driver nice and level. And it helped. It helped. I may act like I don't hear you, but that shit's been working. It's Petey Pablo. McBuster says one of Callaway's is more than Aaron's set, and I like putt-putt better. Yeah, dude, it's the game of golf is not for the
not
frugal.
for the poors.
It's not for the frugal. That's for sure. All right, let's. I'm sorry, guys. I'm done with golf. I apologize. Our offer still stands for this week. MSO, that is very racist. Holy shit.
Wish I had the chat open.
Holy shit, MSO. Their knuckles do not scrape the ground. We are on tomorrow's goal, tomorrow morning. So
nice.
We have this rule that if we stay ahead on the goal, I will do a show Thursday morning and we will do a Rumble Friday, Thursday show. We did a members only last night after the evening show. I'll do a members only. So that would mean tonight and Wednesday, if we keep knocking out goals tomorrow morning, I will do members only on those days as well for a half hour each. So keep knocking them out. We're 3:05 away from tomorrow morning. So basically, we got about 500 in goals left, and we got 4 shows to do it. So it's not
too hard.
It's a pretty easy one. And if we knock out tomorrow evening, by the end of tomorrow morning's show, I'm going to do a show Thursday. Like I said, if we finish ahead, I'm going to do a Thursday morning show for you guys. I'm going to drive back early in the morning from the lake, and I'm going to come in here and we're going to do a members only, or not members only, a Rumble Link Friday show for you all. So thank you very much for contributing to the program. 305 is the number for tomorrow, not today, for tomorrow. Meat Drapes becoming a member for 31 months. Thank you very, very much. Okay, let's get started. Let's play what Coltrane sent us here. Full disclosure, I've seen this before. People are doing the Trump Netanyahu meme about the movie Casino.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen this?
I haven't seen the meme, no.
Have you seen this, Kev? Have you heard of this?
You heard about this?
It's the Pesci De Niro scene where they're out in the desert and Pesci is calling him a Jew fuck and all that stuff. It's people think that this is Trump and Netanyahu's relationship. It's so not. Like, Trump is so Netanyahu's bitch. I voted for the guy, but you guys got to stop being delusional about Donald Trump. He is not the ass kicking, my way or the highway, take no prisoners with Benjamin Netanyahu. He may go, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. He may do that every once in a while, but he always comes back to, let's be nice to Bibi. Let's drop the corruption investigation on Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, my
horrible
Trump
witch hunt. I would know I was in one.
My Trump impression gets more Jewish as I talk about Trump talking about Israel. So this is a nice fantasy that people have, but in my humble opinion, I think it's misguided. Here we go.
Because of your fucking shit, you better get your own fucking army, pal. I'm what counts out here. You know, I get calls from back home every fucking day. They think you went batshit. You wanted to go on TV.
Yeah, I did want to go on TV. That way I have a forum. I can fight back. I'm known. People see me. They know they can't fuck around with me like they could if I was an unknown. That's right.
Get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you. You only exist out here because of me. That's the only reason. Without me, you... personally, every fucking wise guy still around will take a piece of your fucking Jew ass. Then where you gonna go? Your fucking warrant don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
Like, that is so not the relationship they have.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely not.
I could just as easily see Netanyahu giving Trump that speech.
Right. Because if they're if it's the other way around, why have we been paying so much aid to them for so long? Like, I mean, just again, there's a laundry list of things you can point to. Go, yeah, I don't think that's the way that goes.
No,
he might have lost his temper in front of a news crew,
right?
But
the only reason he lost his temper in front of the news crew is because he was talking big cash money shit the day before about how he had crafted a peace and he had settled the whole thing. We got a ceasefire. Qatar and I worked this whole thing out. And then
it's going to be the longest lasting ceasefire that's ever been put together.
And it lasted like an hour, and Israel dropped, like he goes, they dropped the most bombs ever. They shouldn't have dropped the most bombs ever. Like, it was just a dirty Israel move. It says, here's a ceasefire. You have 12 hours to wrap it up. And they're like, all right, fucking unload. And it's like, whoa, that's not what wrap it up means, you piece of shit. Like, what are you it's like if someone says wrap up a construction project and you start pouring cement and you're like, what? It'll be dry in 12 hours. Just pieces, just fucking assholes. And then Iran launches one missile like 5 minutes after their deadline, and Israel goes, oh, look what they did. They did. Oh, God, they're just.
Yeah.
It's hard because if you say what it is, the gaslighting around Israel is insane. Because if you call it accurately what it is, you get called names.
Yeah.
If you go, wow, this is really underhanded and manipulative, and you're like, oh, that's
horrible anti-Semitic.
Yeah, they're like, that's code for Jew, you anti-Semite. It's like, okay, listen to me. Isn't it a problem that when something is truly manipulative and clandestine and it's accurate and that's what happened, you are equating that with Jewishness? Isn't that kind of the problem here? That they do this.
Why are you such an anti-Semite?
But they do this shit so much that you associate it with it. It's like the word axe for black people. Like having 12 hours to wrap something up and just knowing that a certain person is going to take advantage of that and push it to the very, very limit and then act surprised when people get pissed at them. It's like, yeah,
who made this happen?
The fact that you're equating that with a certain thing means that certain thing might be doing that too much. If I say the word ask and I mispronounce it and say axe, what do you think of?
I think of black people.
Black people. Why?
Because they use the word axe all the time. I wonder if we speak the same language.
A lot of black people say axe instead of ask. And they try to get you on that, oh, you mean all of them? No, if I meant all, I'd say all, motherfucker. Like, that's the other thing.
There are plenty of them that have refined accents. I give you Idris Elba.
Because he grew up speaking the Kings. But they do this thing where they try to shame you, and you're like, no, if I meant all, I would say all. I would just come out and say all of them do, but that's not the case. Like, address what the fuck I just said. Don't sit there and try to manipulate it and switch it to make me look bad because otherwise you'd have to admit that what I said is accurate. And by the way, the fact that a lot of black people say axe doesn't really fucking matter. I know what they're trying to say, but yeah. I notice it. You know,
the fun part is like what you were telling this before. You criticize Israel and they're like, oh, you hate all Jews. It's like, no, there's plenty of them that don't live in Israel that I'm fine with. It's kind of just the guys that are in there that are fucking around that I have a problem with. Like, but that is, again, anti-Semitic because it's wrong to hate Israel or disagree with it.
Then you try to say Zionism, and then they poison that well, and they've made Zionism all Jews. And it's like, no, not all Jews are Zionists.
In fact, a lot of them aren't.
A lot of them are not Zionists. Zionists, the belief that there should be an Israeli state, a Jewish state in the Middle East. And then there's Zionists who believe that it should still be expanding. And it should get larger and larger. And that's where the genocide and the displacement, they believe that Arabs should be moved off of certain land, that there should basically be an ethnic cleansing of parts of the Middle East.
That's weird, because if you say that about Israel,
So
you're a horrible racist.
Well, what? Something very funny. I got to keep my eyes out of the chat sometime when we're having these talks.
Okay.
It's funny because they pull this bait and switch where they've made Zionist Jewish. And I'm like, no. Zionist is not Jewish. If anything, I could find a lot of Zionism in Mein Kampf. Like that attitude. Like Hitler was like, we should be moving the Slavs out of Eastern Europe, and we should be using that as Lebensraum, living space for the German people. It's like, that sounds like it was ripped right out of the pages of Zionism. Like, our people are superior. We need more living space. We need a place that's safe for just us Aryans.
Oh, yeah.
So let's move these fucking savages out, and let's move our people in. It should be ours. Tell me how that differs from the Zionist position on the West Bank and Gaza Strip.
It doesn't, except they have different versions of chosen people.
We should move out these filthy, dirty Arabs because they're less than us. And we should be using that area for us Jews to live.
Yeah, God's chosen people. Yeah.
It's Mein Kampf, dude.
It is.
He wrote it in Mein Kampf. I know. I've read it plenty of times. It's unmistakable. He thought the Slavs were inferior. He wanted to move them out and move the Aryan German race in.
Broken clock.
Right. I'm German. I've seen it.
No.
I'm of German descent. I hold us up against, Poles and Slavs and shit. And I go, well, come on. I can't watch Michael Jordan and Steve Kerr and say that they're equal basketball players. That's all. That's the only statement I'm making is that, there's nothing wrong with them, with Polacks. But it does seem like when you compare a German with a Polak, like maybe we came from somewhere else.
I don't know. I find that Polacks gathering is uncomfortable, and I say that as partially one.
We call it a gaggle.
A gaggle?
Yeah, a gaggle of Polacks.
A gaggle of Polacks.
Yeah. Professor Tie-Dye becoming a member for 6 months says 6 months and still here. That, my friend, is an accomplishment. All right, let's continue on. Let's make some money today. Let's stay ahead. I'm loving this being ahead thing. I'm digging it. It's the first day of July. Maybe don't enunciate that so much.
Yeah, after the last segment especially.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're probably right on the money there. 3:05 away from tomorrow morning's goal. And boy, Johnny, the last 2 weeks we've been living our dream. We've been saying, hey, once you get ahead, why don't we just stay ahead? It makes it really easy. And now we're 3 shows ahead. We're on Wednesday morning, so we got this morning, tonight, and tomorrow morning. So we're 3 shows ahead. I love that. Here's my deal for today. Here's my idea. If we get this Wednesday morning thing knocked out by the end of the evening show, I'm a happy guy. I ain't saying we got to hammer out tomorrow morning right now. That's
right.
It's really not necessary. And then Wednesday morning, knockout Wednesday evening. It's all good.
Aces.
It's all good. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much. Gift those memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I only said that once yesterday.
Nice.
Once. Okay, I have a pop quiz for you. All right, there's going to be a pop quiz on Wednesday. Going to be a pop quiz. Pop quiz. Now, you're going to think that I didn't send you today's prep sheets by accident. I didn't send you today's prep sheets on purpose because of this segment.
Okay.
And I didn't want you to get the spoiler.
Okay.
I want to see how Shuli Madoff with $2 says, when does the show start? Hey, wait a minute. We were doing some COVID stuff and some Middle East stuff. I know I did a little golf for the first 20 minutes.
We just compared the Israeli regime to the Nazi regime. I mean, what are we doing here?
Bro, what morning show are you waking up to? And they're going, Zionism reads a lot like Mein Kampf.
Actually, ironically, a lot more than usual.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's right.
Rumble's a thing.
I guess really only Stu Peters and us. Those are the only two. Although, unlike Stu Peters, we're not rooting for one book. You know, I say Mein Kampf like it's a bad thing. You know, Stu Peters says it and goes,
it's a good read, but
yeah.
I
mean, Mein Kampf is Stu Peters' 50 Shades of Grey. I mean, he loves that fucking book. Johnny, I want you to tell me geographically where this is taking place. Can you do that for me? I'm going to play this 35-second thing without interruption, and I want you to tell me where this is. Are you set?
Yeah, there's a guy in a wheelchair, so I already know it's not in a native country of theirs.
I just got that. that was like coldly racist.
No, it's just a fact. They don't have very good medical care in native countries.
You delivered it so cold that I just walked right past it, and I looked in his eyes before the camera left him, and I realized what you'd said, and I went, "Oh, that's mean."
Dude, tell me where I'm wrong. That guy would be fucked.
I didn't say you were wrong.
Right.
I said you were racist.
But it's not though.
You can be
no judgment of him or his ethnicity.
You can be right factually,
right,
and racist socially.
I just don't understand because it has nothing to do with his ethnicity. It's just a geopolitical, whatever, socioeconomical fact. Like where the native country, a lot of these people, most of them have no form of health care. Like good luck getting a wheelchair.
What do? Just crawl around in the dirt?
I don't know, but it's not like they've got rules of the ADA ain't a thing.
No, Tommy Davidson in Ace Ventura 2, they carry him around in backpacks.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's what they do.
Well, that's awesome.
All right, you tell me where this is.
Oh, that's Minnesota.
There he is. That'll give it away every time. Somali Independence Day 2025. And Jacob Fry is there wearing his Somali shirt. And you understand that if you did this in other countries, they would throw shit at you. Like 4th of July is coming up. If you're in Somalia and the 4th of July is coming up and you show up dressed as Uncle fucking Sam, like Apollo Creed going to the ring in Rocky IV, and you start living in America. How do I? Even though that should be our national anthem, fuck the Star-Spangled Banner. Dude.
Yeah.
Living in America by James Brown is the best marketing hook for the United States ever. That song won the Cold War. And I think it's being disrespected. It's being short-shrifted historically. And I do think, fuck Lee Greenwood in the ass. How much better would post 9/11 have been if we decided we're embracing Living in America by James Brown?
It's an interesting idea.
It's not an interesting idea. It's the only idea. It's fucking brilliant, man.
Oh.
I believe that translates into, do you love me? Do you love me? Will you vote for me again? Do you love me? Do you love me? Will you vote for me again?
I don't think these people believe him.
I'm going to say this, though. This gives me hope. This right here gives me hope.
What is wrong with this white man?
We got little kids just wearing T-shirts. You know, everyone else wearing their Somali king garb and their Somali queen garb. And this kid's like, can I just wear a fucking T-shirt with some explosions on it, please? Can I just kid shit? I like that. I'm happy that there's little Somali kids just dressing like annoying fucking... the minute I start seeing Somali kids dressing like dumb white kids is the minute I'm going to go, we're fine. We're okay. I was about to say something really controversial.
What's that?
I don't want to say it. Because it's
you can't tease it then.
Well, it sounded good in my head, but then I thought about the implications of what I'm saying, and I was like, I didn't mean it to come off that racist and dismissive. I was going to say some of the Somali kids, in St. Cloud schools, are better behaved and better adapted to our culture, and I was going to say than a certain other group of people that aren't immigrants. And then I was like, holy shit, that sounds really fucking bad, dude. Don't say that. But I think
is it accurate?
I mean, yeah. I mean, in terms of getting along in a peaceful society,
Again, so are you being, like, this is my point. Are you being racist, or are you just pointing out a fact that people don't like?
I think both, dude. I really do think both. I think I'm the most self-aware guy you're going to find when it comes to, am I being racist? Like, very rarely have you ever heard people, and I've been getting publicly criticized for over 10 years now. Rarely have you ever heard me argue with someone when I thought they had a point. We were the ones who, like Oz and I, when the show really started to catch fire, we were the ones who started the campaign of yes and. When people would criticize us or complain and go, I think you're this, I think you're that. And we're like, yes and. And it's like, okay, you've made your opinion clear. That's good for you. Is there anything else we can do for you? Like, we weren't going to sit there. We'd watch too many media figures before get buried by trying to argue they weren't racist. It's like, dude, stop arguing with these people. They've made up their mind about you.
You aren't changing their opinion.
Right. They think you're a racist. They think you're a piece of shit. You're just going to have to play the bad guy for them. That's all.
Thermodyne. At the very least, they'll call you it to keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
They'll just fuck off.
Thermodyne Diesel is right. Yes, this is in Minnesota. Wally World with 199 says, is this the Mall of America? No. Well, it could be, depending on what direction that is from the IDS. That could be Bloomington, I suppose. But I don't think so. I don't think it's the Mall of America. Somali Kings! Somali Kings!
This looks like it's outside an apartment building.
Oh, it could be outside the crack stacks. Remember when I grew up in the north suburbs of Minneapolis and St. Paul, so maybe
I
was
in the south suburbs.
So, fucking rich kids. I lived in the ghetto suburb. Well, that's not true. I didn't live in the east.
I was in the Rochester suburbs, and by which I mean a hick town outside of Rochester.
Yeah, Rochester really isn't a suburb. Rochester is its own hub.
Yeah, fair enough.
You have four markets. There are 4 markets in Minnesota. Minneapolis, St. Paul, that's one. And then I think Rochester or St. Cloud is second. I'm not sure. There's Rochester, Minneapolis, St. Cloud, Duluth. Those are the 4 markets in Minnesota. Everything else is just like a suburb of that. So like Duluth, everything in that area is just considered Iron Range. That's just the range. And then St. Cloud and all that, that's central Minnesota. That's kind of Hickville. Rochester, their region is seen as like southern. Quiet, southern, medical because of the Mayo Clinic and all that. It's kind of professional. And the cities are a goddamn disaster. They're just your typical urban blight shithole. Somali Kings.
Jacob Fry, Yaroob.
You are a rube. Yes, that is correct. Jacob Fry is a rube. Very, very good. Can we get him saying that again, that he's a rube?
Jacob Fry, Yaroob.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, you are a rube. Thank you, buddy. So that's good. They're celebrating Somali Independence Day.
Which is fine for them. I don't know how I feel about this is the thing. I've been uncomfortable with the whole, like, oh, I support Israel. I stand by Israel. I'm like, yeah, but aren't you American? Like, so it's weird that so I don't have a problem with like people from Israel being like, this is my heritage. I'm celebrating this. Like, all right, good for you. I just don't like the whole, like, look, I'm going to clearly pander and speak a language that isn't mine to embrace a culture that I don't belong to or I'm a part of, to pretend for 5 seconds like I give a shit.
Well, and not only that, but buddy, I don't know if you know this or not, you already got their votes. They ain't voting for anyone else.
You mean they won't pick a Republican? No, he'll get voted out when a Somali candidate runs, like in terms of their vote.
No,
like
they've done that, but they've tried that before too. There's been Somali Republicans that have run for office and they get no votes.
It's going to have to be a Democrat.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to vote for a Somali Republican.
Never.
No way. Switchblade Proper says, Facebook Marketplace, buy a full iron set, buy a driver, 3 hybrid iron set. I bought last week was $200 and selling it second swing for $450, and there's new stuff on there every hour. Well, shit. Then I'm not looking hard enough for new golf. I think I'd probably go Callaway. If I was, people are so mad at that guy for writing in with golf shit because they're like, we had moved on.
You're going to go Callaway? Callaway,
$70 golf clubs here. Callaway Epic Flash 5 Hybrid for $75. One club. Titleist AP2 irons. Oh, those look old as fuck, bro. Yeah, see, here's a $20 set. I would buy that set just to see if I could pick apart. Ooh, $5 for a bucket of golf balls, bro. That's one of my favorite pastimes.
For a bucket of balls?
Yeah, and there's some Titleists in there, some TaylorMades. I love. One of my favorite pastimes. I'm getting so old. Is watching the kids play out in the yard, and I sit there with
just cleaning your balls,
a bucket and a pickle scrubber, and I'm just scrubbing away. It's a potato peeler with a scrubber on the back. I call it a pickle scrubber. I get you. It's fine. And just scrubbing away, just scrubbing my balls. I get so excited. I look in there. I'm like, ooh, an unscuffed Pro V1. I can't wait to lose this. Yeah, $55 for a Callaway 7-iron. Ooh, that actually looks nice. Those Mavericks.
Does scuffing on a ball really make that big a difference?
Yeah, it affects the flight.
Ugh.
Yep, 100%.
That's why I like discs. You just throw them, they fly, you're good.
You can call me a retard.
Oh, I have.
I can't throw a Frisbee.
Oh, dude. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting good enough. My buddy Lucas taught me this a long time ago, and I can't do it like he can. He's got a whip trick he does with his wrist. So he barely moves at all, and he puts so much spin on the disc that it just carries. And so he gets these huge, long, just gaping throws that he gets. And he's
wait a minute. What's a gaping throw?
I don't know.
That sounds like a throw where the disc goes into a woman's vagina and completely blows it out.
No, it's just where the thing just coasts. But the thing is, his discs will just float forever, even if they're not moving really fast. It's because it's got so much spin in it, it keeps pulling it forward. So, yeah, the thrill of Frisbee golf isn't just throwing the disc and, it's competing against the wind. Like, the active wind involved in the game is what really throws it off, because that can change your flight trajectory so much. Why are you...
Holy shit, you want to see this?
What?
Somebody just sent me a picture of Jacob Fry at Pride.
Oh, no. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. Why short shorts, sir? Well, at least he looks like he belongs in that one. I don't feel like there's as much pander there.
Dude, if he was pandering that way with the Somalis, he would have been wearing a fucking dashiki. That's the hardest pander I think I've had. That was Pander Bear.
Oh.
In full effect.
I just thought he was gay.
Ryan the Garbage Man says, men's Callaway complete set of golf clubs with Callaway bag. Ooh, on Amazon for, Jesus Christ. Yeah, $979, $1,000. You know what I can do for $1,000? Have Gino and Keanu hold me up for more travel expense.
There you go.
That's what I can. That's Steel Toe Media Inc. money, though. That ain't Aaron Imholt money. Those are two different monies. McBuster says, Aaron did not give any fucks about Johnny's disc golf tirade. Yes, I did. He was gaping.
He was gaping. We moved on.
He said gaping, and I lost it. I couldn't continue to follow his story once he said the guy had gaping throws.
It's just they just leap and they go. I don't know. I'm trying to describe the huge distance. It was a huge distance. I fucking can't tell you, man. Like I said, point being, you can't throw a disc. I'm saying there are people I've seen that do it, that throw it with almost no effort. So I've got the hope that if I can find a fucking all-terrain wheelchair, maybe I can still play regularly.
Now I got more people sending me shit. You're cheap and gay, respectfully. Here, I've helped you out. Costco, Callaway, 10-piece women. That's a women's golf club set. I feel like you did that on purpose. You son of a goat. You son of a goat. You dirty dog. McBuster says disc golfers bend over and the gape is the hole. Oh, so you throw it into each other's assholes.
No, you throw it into an open basket. That'd be a hard target to hit.
Not if you're a disc golfer. Don't you guys have gaping assholes? So, okay, the guy, finish your story. The guy with the gaping throw.
Again, he'll clear just huge, like par threes, par fours. He'll clear them without. He won't do big windups or anything like that. He'll look like he's just nonchalantly just winging a disc, and he'll just put it. He's got a snap throw in his wrist that just puts so much spin on the disc it just goes.
And that's impressive to you.
Yeah, when you've got when I used to, because again, he could throw from a seated position and compete with people who are, putting those big wind-ups and walk-ups and just really ripping it out there.
And he's gaping.
Yeah, gaping throws.
Good. Toad Climbs Mountains with $1 says, Johnny has actually got me wanting to play disc golf. Well, Johnny's fired then.
Okay, that means to get the morning up. I'm out of here.
Hey, look, somebody sent me an Amazon link to a new golf club set. This is probably my speed.
Oh, there you go. It's brightly colored. So comes with its own holes.
Yeah, I can put them wherever I want.
There you go.
It's perfect.
The world's your golf course now, buddy.
It's absolutely perfect, my man. All right, let's get into some trouble today. We can get into. I know how to get into trouble, my friends. We're well ahead. We're $300 away from tomorrow morning's goal. 2 goals left to knock out. Do it. Throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, the Rumble rants, the whole thing. Now oh my God, I've just got so many people sending me links to golf clubs. Here's a Top Flight Youth 8-piece complete set. Somebody sent me. That's a youth set. I don't know what kind of good that's going to do me. But I appreciate the effort. All right, Tucker Carlson had RFK Jr. on his program. Tucker is, man, said it before, I'll say it again. Tucker is just seemingly effortlessly killing it.
Well, I mean, that really helps when you have your own finance to kind of bankroll your organization. You have the attention he had when he left Fox, and now nobody has a leash on him to control him what to do, what to say. So he's just
he's having really interesting people on his program, and they're guys that, he wouldn't have got that. Who's that historian guy? Is it Daryl Cooper? He wouldn't have been able to have Daryl Cooper on Fox News. He and Liz Collin. He wouldn't have been able to have Liz Collin from Minnesota on Fox News talking about George Floyd and Minnesota falling apart and all that. The Marjorie Taylor Greene conversation they had. He wouldn't be able to have a lot of these conversations.
Yeah, that's why he got kicked from Fox.
Yeah, if he was still
He started
on Fox.
trying to, and they just went, all right, we're fucking done with this.
Yeah, and he's got millions and millions of fans. So, if every show he has, you got 1 million people watching. I mean, 1 million people on YouTube. How many 1,000s are in there's 1 million. No. Are there 1 million 1,000s?
For 1 million, I think there's 100.
We're retarded. There's 1,000. There's 1,000 1,000s in 1 million.
Yes.
So if you get $15, what did we say? There's 1,000 thousands in 1 million. So that's 15 grand a show. And if he does 2 shows a week, so that's 30 times 4. That's $120,000 a month just in YouTube ad revenue. Forget advertisers and live reads that he does. So Tucker's making, a cool couple of million every year, at least, doing these podcasts, which good for him. And he gets to have creative freedom. I doubt that he's making the huge cable news money. He's not making the Rachel Maddow $20 million contract.
No, but he also doesn't need the money.
Right.
He has the money, and the money will certainly sustain whatever, personal enterprise he has going on. But he doesn't need them because he comes from a moneyed family already.
Oh, yeah. He comes from elite money.
Yeah. So for this, so for him, he's I'm doing this for a pittance. Dude, you just made $4 million. I'll blow it all in shoes. Who gives a fuck?
I heard this, but I'm not sure if it's true. Is Tucker Carlson TV dinner money?
That's what I heard, but I think I heard that from you. That he's like Swanson TV
yeah,
money or something.
where did Tucker Carlson's family money come from? That's what I want. Though Patricia remained a beneficiary of the family fortune, the Swansons had sold the brand to the Campbell Soup Company in 1955. So yeah, they were the Swanson TV dinner people. His inheritance stems from his stepmother, who was an heiress to the Swanson fortune. While the Swanson Company was sold to Campbell Soup in 1955, long before Carlson's father married Patricia, the family still held substantial wealth. Patricia was the daughter of Gilbert Carl Swanson and the niece of Senator J. William Fulbright. So Tucker was okay before he started doing all the cable news shit, but not bad. So yeah. Tucker's still doing very well, but he had RFK Jr. on recently, and they were talking about Fauci and COVID and all of that stuff. And everyone kind of assumed that Fauci was, untouchable, right? Because he got pardoned and all of that stuff. Chicaboo Stew with $2 says, ding dong, spaz alert, ding dong, get out quick, Johnny.
Okay.
Did you have a spasm?
Oh, dude, I don't think he was talking about me. I think he says you were. Well, he's telling me to get out quick. I don't know why he's thinking.
What did I spaz about?
I don't fucking know.
Did I have a spaz?
I don't know.
Did I do something?
I don't know. I have no idea what that message is supposed to mean.
Now I'm paranoid. What did I do wrong? Tell me what I did wrong. I can change.
I can change.
I can do something different. What did I spaz? I don't realize what I spazzed about.
I don't know. I'm not.
Tell me what I've done.
I don't know.
Tell me what I'm doing wrong. I can change.
Oh my God! How long do you have?
I don't know what my spaz alert was.
I don't know what any of the. I like to get out quick. Like I could do anything fast.
I don't like doing the. I don't like having the. What do you call it? The lack of self-awareness to not know that my spaz is coming.
Sorry, I didn't see you spaz though.
I know. I don't feel like I did spaz. Backer says, keep your eyes off chat. Keep your eyes off the chat. You're reading this, aren't you? I just want to dive into my Tucker Carlson stuff and my Fauci stuff and all that. And now J. Boo Stew says, ding dong, spaz alert, ding dong, get out quick, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's talking about you getting in the chat, I guess. That would be my guess.
I don't know what it means, and now I don't know.
I don't know either. What do you want from me?
I've had a lot of surprises in the recent past.
Let's get weird. I don't know what's going on.
What are we doing here? All right, so anyway.
Didn't we have like a clip? Was there a clip?
Yeah, we have the Tucker Carlson. Now I'm paranoid.
You should be paranoid.
He made me paranoid. Now I have to poop. J. Boo Stew literally drew a poop out of me, and my tummy just rumbled, and I felt pressure.
My tummy's been rumbling all morning.
Never mind. No, wait, hold on. It's gone. The pressure's gone.
All right.
The pressure's gone.
Sure you're good?
False alarm.
All right.
It was something else. I followed Patrick Swayze's advice, and I let it turn into something else. Okay. Let's and then I got a text. SP just wrote me, says, well, that was short-lived. What? What was short? Stop sending me. I'm on the fucking air, you guys. Stop sending me vaguely worded shit. It puts me in a fucking panic. Oh my God. Stop hinting at shit. I have 3.5 hours before I can talk to anyone. So stop fucking going, it's spaz alert, or that was short-lived. What the fuck does it mean? I need to know, because I need to focus for the next 3.5 fucking hours And I can't focus when people are hinting at shit. Oh my God.
You good?
This fucking really pisses me off. I'm not going to lie. It really fucking pisses me off when people know I'm doing a show and they hint at shit. Like, I've had a life recently where, like, weird shit happens out of the blue for no fucking reason. And I don't like being hinted at. Just fucking tell me shit. That's all. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I enjoyed the money pit.
See, look, now people are having fun. They're writing in, wow, Aaron, you really want to rethink that maybe. What? Rethink what?
I don't know. I can't rewind the show.
Mild says he hasn't seen it yet. But see, they're gonna do that now. Coltrane says, Aaron, did you hear that outside? No, that's fine. That's fine. Because that I can go outside. What the fuck are you talking about? But like when Das Optic Nerve writes, I wonder if he'll figure it out before the show. No, the show's fucking ruined. Because now I want to know what's going on.
I don't know if anything actually is going on. I think you're being gaslit.
I know. And that makes me feel crazy. Approachable writes, holy shit, he did it again. See that? Missed a beat. Or not missed a beat. Somebody too writes, it's so obvious. How can't you see it? And then,
See, this is weird. Now I'm actually looking. I'm like, what?
And now Adam writes, I think it was because.
This is brilliant.
Well, and then it's SP going, well, that was short-lived. Don't fucking do that, please. Like, I mean that. I mean that from everyone. I don't care if the audience does it. Like, they don't, like, know me. We're not, like... But, like, don't know me and then hint at shit. I'm a bit traumatized. And hinting at shit when I have 3.5 hours before I can talk to you, it's not good for me. $1 from Rexstart parody account says, never thought it would end that way. See, that now I know what you're doing. Now I know what you're doing. Should we go to the RFK Jr. clip?
Yeah.
Well, first, let's go to Dr. Silverwolf with $5. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf, for the $5. We love, you know what we love on this show? 5s and 10s. 5s and 10s. Is what we love on this program. $295 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Silverwolf says, I'm pretty here. It was this. Oh, God. Let's go ahead and see what... Fucker. That's old school internet. That's old school internet right there. Mr. Beat says, poor Gordy is probably cowering in the corner somewhere. If he fucking knows what's good for him, he is. That's for sure. All right, let's go ahead. I'm just gonna do this RFK Jr. I'm actually a little mad.
Oh.
I'm not at J Boo Stew. No, that was funny.
No, I just sorry to hear that, man. I'm sure
I'm rattled now. Oh, God. Now people are sending me... Okay, I don't want to see that. Those are gross. Here, I'm going to send one more. Shown to do...
What if they sent... What if the worst part is that was a delayed text? She sent it a while.
Right. And I'm like, is this golf related? What the fuck is going on?
Is this about last night? That doesn't normally happen to me. As the phone rang, I was startled.
There we go. I can't even spell right.
There's a switch.
All right. Let's do the...
None of us do anymore. We use the auto spell stuff.
Let's do the fucking RFK Jr., Tucker Carlson, Dr. Fauci thing, and I'm going to leave the chat for a while. Jesus fucking Christ, you people. Not you people. You guys have done nothing wrong. You fantastic
You people.
human beings. Let's go ahead and this is RFK Jr. talking about Dr. Fauci. Now, the thing about Fauci is he got pardoned by Biden. And there were those auto pen pardons. You know, remember when a lot of people thought that all these guys were going to get their pardons removed because Biden signed it in auto pen and that, how do we know who really signed it? Well, I mean, auto pen has been used to sign bills and auto pen has been used to
It's been a thing for a while for the president.
It's fine. Like Fauci's pardon is going to hold up. But RFK Jr. is saying he wants Fauci to face some kind of accountability for what he did. And I think that's very noble. But I don't know what kind of accountability you could hold Fauci to. Like, I think all the people who hate Fauci know what he's done. And I don't think you could come out with more shit Fauci's done that would cause the people who like him to jump ship.
Yeah, we already made the fucking beagle torture public. So, like, what else do you have?
Well, and it's also like RFK Jr. is using phrases like truth commission. He wants to start a truth commission for Dr. Fauci. And all the Fauci allies are going to see that as, it's a witch hunt. And, it's, like when it was Trump, all the Trump people said they're weaponizing the judicial system against Donald Trump, all of that shit. And then with Fauci, but then all the people who were against Trump were like, no, he broke the law. He needs to be held accountable. It's going to be the same thing with Fauci, only in reverse. You know, I don't think
Except the person that you're going after does have a presidential pardon for his supposed crimes.
Right.
So it sounds like Fauci is beyond the reach of the law at this point.
Yeah. I think generally, unless there was a truth commission, which they did, as you know, in South Africa,
yes.
They did it in Central America after the 1980s wars there. And
okay, I'm not going to lie. I'm not a big Fauci guy, but that scares the shit out of me a little bit.
Yeah, that makes it sound like he's beyond the reach of the law unless we put together a special commission just to ignore the law.
The South Africa Truth Commissions were like to punish the apartheid people, and the South Africa Truth Commissions was to punish the people who were leading revolutions against the state, and it like those got ugly. Like the Truth Commissions got really, really nasty, and it's like I don't know if I want that for like an advanced civilization such as the United States of America. I don't know if I would have referenced a Truth Commission. Like I would have been more comfortable. I don't know why, but I would have felt more comfortable if he would have said Nuremberg trials over Truth Commission for some reason.
Well, that just feels like home.
Yeah, right.
And they were very, very helpful to those societies. And, I think we should probably do something like that now. And in those cases, what happens is you have a commission that hears testimony on what exactly happened. Anybody who comes and volunteers to testify truthfully is then given immunity from prosecution. But so that at least the public knows who did what.
Yes.
And people who are called and don't take that deal and purge themselves, they then can be prosecuted criminally.
Yeah, but how many people are just going to plead the fifth?
Yeah, and what is because again, those who come and tell the truth and all that, who decides who's telling the truth? What if he tells you a truth you don't want to hear or his version of the truth and you go, well, I don't think that's the truth. We don't think that's the truth.
And, it sounds great. It sounds awesome. But, like, again, people are so dug in on the issue of COVID and Fauci that, like, I wonder personally, what could they reveal that would change anyone's mind?
I don't think anything at this point.
Because if you want to know the bad shit that Fauci did, you can find it. Like if you want to find out what he did right and wrong with COVID, I mean, that's easily searchable.
Yeah. And it's at this point, he's like, we've walked back everything that he's done. Like everything's kind of come out. And like we already said, he's pardoned. So it's not going to change anything. He was doing stuff at the behest of others, in my opinion. And those people are going to make sure he doesn't suffer really any ill will from it. There's no way this Truth Commission will get put together. But if it did, I don't think it'll get anything done.
Yeah. And again, like, it's not going to make people feel sorry for Fauci, and it's not going to make people turn on Fauci.
No.
It's just not going to do that. So,
and I worry about it when you set a precedent. Like, that's like, okay, so we did a Truth Commission for this, and maybe it goes as well as it's supposed to. But now we've set the precedent for, well, we didn't get the truth, time for a Truth Commission. And how soon until we get, like, literally a government that goes, nope, we're hauling you in, and you're telling us all your secrets, or else we're throwing you in jail. Like, it just...
Oh, it turns out SP was just joking around because I didn't text her good morning.
Nice. That is hilarious.
That's what I freaked out about.
You are such a boob.
That's what I freaked out. That's what I was like, what the you can't just text me vagaries. And I understand that's how women communicate. So I can't take...
I hope she just keeps doing that to you now throughout the show.
I can't take that away from women because women are fluent in vagary. It's a universal... let me tell you what I feel bad about in relationships. I'm going to tell you what I feel bad about when I'm in relationships. I feel so terrible when someone I'm with thinks I'm criticizing them when I'm not. And I try to make them understand, like, I'm not criticizing you. It's every fucking single one of you. And you can't help it.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
It's right. I am not saying that this is a you problem. This is a problem that is endemic to your gender. You can't help this. You can't fight science.
Look, you can't. It's not your fault. There was thousands of generations before you. It'll be thousands after. You can't change the tide, my friend.
Here's how I'll fix this. Oh, good morning. There.
Now I hope she just keeps, like I said.
Do you know how many people's boyfriends have not texted them good morning by 7:15 in the morning?
Well, it depends. I suppose probably not a lot.
None of them. I'm above and beyond. I've been saying this forever. But as far as like women go, like texting vagaries, that I will never criticize an individual woman for doing that. It is systemic amongst the entire group of people. That's all. Bapa Shab says, quoting him, says, I am the science. Yeah, remember Fauci said he was the science.
Yeah, after he got rid of the guy in the CDC.
Yeah. Like it was very Game of Thronesy.
Well, we needed a new phrase. We couldn't be trust the CDC because there would be people go, well, the guy in charge of the CDC isn't allowed to make any statements. What does he think? Like, all right. I am the science. Trust the science.
And they couldn't say CDC, yeah, you know me, because he wasn't allowed in the meeting. So the CDC was not. You did not know. The CDC.
He did not know.
It was CDC, yeah, not for me. That's what it was. So a truth commission with Fauci, it would have no teeth legally because Dr. Fauci is protected.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'd like to see. What I'd like to see going forward is you have to specifically name the crimes you're pardoning someone for when you pardon them. So basically, I think the cost of getting a pardon should be they basically admit guilt without admitting it. So like
right.
Dr. Fauci is pardoned for penal code this, penal code that, like all the shit he probably did. Because you can't pardon a guy for something he didn't do. That's not doing the thing is your pardon.
Yeah, unilateral pardons are not cool.
When you just get like Hunter Biden's pardon. Oh yeah, anything he did from 2014 to now. Like
no.
What? No. That is not how any of this shit should work. You should not just get a pardon where from a time frame to a time frame if we find out you did anything wrong. Because all that's going to do is cause us to look into those areas. And then when we find out you've done something wrong, we go, fuck, he's pardoned. It fell within the pardon zone. But if you go, he's pardoned for blackmail, he's pardoned for bribery, he's pardoned for this, that, and the other thing. Okay. All right. At least you had to like technically admit what he did in order to pardon him.
I will say this: Hunter Biden's pardon, though, at least makes it kind of obvious that he fucked up so bad. They're like, all right, look, as bad as the optics will be on this, we're exhausted trying to sweep up after this guy, so we're just going to give him a big blanket pardon, so who fucking cares what they find on him now?
Yeah, I don't like that. That's so mafia. Like, that so just doesn't seem like a democracy. It just seems like a
Oh,
you know
yeah, dude.
It sounds like a country that was sold decades ago and is now a multinational conglomerate.
Yeah. We are America LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary
of Israel Corp.
Oh, I wasn't going to say that part, but yeah.
Lab Glass with $5 says, Aaron, you are above and beyond the waistline. Oh, that was it's the ellipses there. That gets you. 290 away from tomorrow morning. Keep going, guys. I appreciate it. 290 away from tomorrow morning. One thing I love is getting ahead and staying ahead. Matt with £1 British pound over on PayPal.
Thank you.
I got some foreign currency today, bitches. Thank you so much for the British. I'm swimming in pounds now. Oh, that's
pounds.
They're not gonna.
You're putting on pounds.
I'm putting on pounds. Donald Trump wrote a handwritten letter to Jerome Powell of the Fed. Didn't you see that? Did you hear about that?
No, people still do that?
Yeah, well, Jerome Powell recently said he was not going to lower interest rates. He was worried about the tariffs. He was worried about the trade deals. He had general concerns about the economy, and he didn't want to lower interest rates. And people were kind of bummed about that, and the market didn't like it, and whatever, you know? However, Donald Trump was especially upset. Now, I don't know how I feel, to be honest with you, about lowering interest rates, because inflation has not really come down that much.
No, sir.
And the whole thing about interest rates is it's the rate at which banks borrow money. So if you make borrowing money remarkably cheap, you're going to get more money in circulation. You're going to have an inflation problem. Now, the reason that we dropped the interest rates to just about zero in 2008, 2009 was because the confidence level in banks was fucking zero. Investment banks were literally folding. People were losing their money. So what the government had to do was up the FDIC guarantee from $250,000 to $500,000. And they had to cut interest rates to practically zero, like basically zero for the banks. So the banks would borrow this money from the Federal Reserve at like 0.25%, 0.5%, somewhere around there. And they'd loan it out to people. And this is back when mortgage rates, people were like, oh my God, I think my first house, I got a 3.5 or a 3.4% interest rate. But now think about that. Think of what collusion and how dirty that is between the Federal Reserve and the banks. So the banks get basically free money from the Federal Reserve, and they loan it out to the rest of us at 3.5%.
That's horrible.
That's insane. And that's what they did from 2009 until about, when did they start jacking up the rates? Not till like 2020, till COVID. Till the inflation after COVID. So 2021. So are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm just doing the math on that. And that
I thought it looked like you were in pain, like you were in a state of consternation. I thought you were hurting.
No, yeah.
I'm seeing your eyes look heavy.
Well, this contact lens is bothering me. I have a slew of appointments to do immediately after the show, so I'm like as soon as we're done here, I have to run out. Yeah, I have to meet up with a couple different appointments. I'm even looking at an apartment. Woo! So
we're looking at apartments. Is it? It's not on the east side, is it?
No, it's in the wonderful. It's actually more on your neck of the woods side of the area.
Oh no, I don't. I'm gonna fucking protest.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. It's again a place.
I'm gonna tell them you hate Jews.
Well, I was planning to tell them that anyway.
Oh yeah, well, it's good to just come out with that kind of shit, and just
right. Find people who agree with you.
Jigaboo Stew with a. Oh God, I said his name. Becoming a member for 8 months says, oh, not the cyanide eye drops, Johnny. No. So, yes, until about 2021, the Federal Reserve was borrowing money for free to the banks, and the banks were charging 3.5% to 4.5% on that money. Great deal if you can get it. Amazing deal if you can get it. Well, then we had inflation go crazy in 2021 until now. And they've been raising the rates 4, 5. I think the average rate is like 6. Not the Fed rate. I think the Fed rate is like 4 something. Fed rate right now, 4.25 to 4.5%. So the banks are getting this money at 4.25 to 4.5, and they're borrowing it for mortgages at about 6.5. So they're not making the margins that they were,
but they're still making.
Well, you got to have a profit. You got to keep everybody employed. But they're not making as much as they used to in the free money days, which went on for, the entire Obama administration, a lot of the Trump administration. Like it was a free ride in a fancy car for the banks for a long, long time. And the best part about it was they didn't have to change any of their behavior. Those risky loans and the way they're insured and subprime mortgage rate,
I'm sure those went right out the window when you're playing with public money.
Oh, no, they fucking love those still. They think they're great. They think that those subprime mortgages are just the cat's ass. So it's really kind of a shitty deal for them that the economy went to shit and the rates had to go up. But so Trump wants Powell to lower the rates. The problem is, we're just starting to see prices at the grocery store and shit come down just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump wanted to see Powell lower the rate. The problem that Powell was having was there's a lot of uncertainty. And if there's a lot of uncertainty in the economy, you don't want to just start, dropping rates like crazy. You want to kind of hold things where they are until you have a more clear picture of where the economy's going. Now, what the Federal Reserve is supposed to do is see inflation coming ahead of time, raise the rates, choke off the money supply so we can avert that inflation. It's not, these are supposed to be the grand wizards of the economy. They're supposed to see shit coming and stop it. So Powell should have seen all these checks coming out, all of these free COVID checks, and he should have went, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and we're going to raise the interest rates because we can see inflation coming. We're going to kind of buttress that a little bit. Or like all these guys kind of saw 2008 and 2009 coming where they were like, this subprime mortgage thing ain't looking good. Let's lower interest rates like fucking crazy. And hopefully we can keep the economy afloat. But it seems like what the Federal Reserve does a lot is they sit there with their thumb up their ass, hoping that everything goes well, and they're reacting to shit. They don't take care of things before the fact. They're not the pre-vengers. We're the Avengers. We do our best work after the fact. We're the Avengers, not the pre-vengers. That's the Fed. I'll say this. Am I an anti-Federal Reserve guy? Yeah. Do I think banks should be setting their interest rates and it should be competitive? Yes, I absolutely do. However, if there was a Federal Reserve that did its job, I think it could be like a group of wizards who shepherd the economy. I think the idea of a Federal Reserve, I'm not one of these libertarians who's like burn down the Fed always. A Fed is always shitty. The idea of the Federal Reserve could be an amazing thing.
If they just had different loyalties.
If they weren't just fucking retarded. Like if they didn't sit there, because the problem is they're all part of the game. They're in there with the investment bankers and the speculators and the hedge fund managers and everything else. So there's no like wizards that are disconnected from all this that can just make sober, rational decisions. If we had like a wise, enlightened board that went, oof, I see an iceberg ahead. Let's raise the interest rates. It'll stop. It might hurt lending. It might hurt the housing market, whatever. But at least people won't see pain at the gas pump and in the grocery store. We'll be able to kind of head that off. And then if they do, and the inflation doesn't come, they can go, all right, let's drop the rates again. A Federal Reserve can work. The problem is
the people that work in the Federal Reserve are also in bed with the same people who make money. So
Right.
it's, again, they need different. If their loyalties were a little bit different, if it was like, oh, I don't care about making money for me, this is about the economy and the as a whole, they'd probably do what you're saying.
It would have to be people who have made their money independently and have completely divested and liquidated everything they own. So they don't hold anything anymore. So it would have to be, the problem is anybody who can do that job is still a biased cunt. So like Warren Buffett would have to be on the board of the Federal Reserve, and he'd have to sell everything he had in Berkshire Hathaway, and he'd have to become liquid. Not Elon, he's not really a financial wizard, but like guys like Buffett, guys like that who, not Jim Cramer, the anti-Jim Cramers of the world. And they would have to become completely divested, like Scrooge McDuck with the giant vault, and that's where all their money is, and they can just grab stacks of cash when they need them. And they would have to be the independent wizards that kind of shepherd the economy. Because if you have a Federal Reserve chairman who has investments, he's already compromised.
Yeah.
So, yes, like I said, I think a Federal Reserve can work. But the conditions that would have to exist for a Federal Reserve to work is the same thing people say about like communism. Like, hey, in theory, it's a great idea. But in practice, tens of millions of people fucking die.
We need to, you know what it is? We need to make an AI to do the Federal Reserve. It doesn't have any money. It just helps do the math and go, oh, this will help.
Yeah, the problem with using the AI is that the end game is always the same. They murder us.
Well, I mean, if it's going to happen that way anyway, wouldn't you at least want one that helps you die with a sizable bank account?
I'd want them to shank me in the front, yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than put a knife in my back. J-Boo Stu with $2 says, I can finally change this stupid name. Thank you. So that was his whole thing, was he just wanted me to say the name. Say his name and he appears. I believe in J-Boo Stu. Switchblade Proper with $1 says another big part is that the U.S. has to refinance a huge amount of debt in the next 12 months. Yeah, we got like $9 trillion in debt that we need to refinance. So Trump is trying to get the Federal Reserve to fucking drop it so that we can refinance it at a lower rate. And Powell, I think, is trying to butt fuck Trump really, really hard. Every 0.5% rate cut will save the U.S. hundreds of billions of dollars in interest. Yes, that is absolutely true. So, like, after the economy crashed in 2009 and we started sending out stimulus checks and all this other shit, the interest rates were insanely low. So, like, the United States used to borrow money by going to Japan or going to China or going to different countries and going, will you buy treasury bills? Will you hold American treasury notes? And that will be your investment, and you'll hold our debt, and we'll be able to print money because you gave it to us. And they would say yes, and we would owe these countries, like Japan and China, I think we owe about $1 trillion each. And that's how you would borrow money. After the collapse of the economy and Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers and all that, we started doing something called quantitative easing. Now, people have used the term print money for when we were in debt. And until 2008, the phrase print money was a misnomer. That's not what we were doing. We were selling treasury bills. We were selling debt to other countries. And then we would have the money.
The money was backed by something.
It was backed by debt. If you borrow me $1 billion, if I owe you $1 trillion, I'm worth $1 trillion. It was a debt standard. So what we started doing after the economy collapsed in 2009 was a thing called quantitative easing, where the Federal Reserve said, well, we'll just buy the treasury bills and you can just go ahead and print the money. So the Federal Reserve just invented debt and we got to use the money. It was debt created out of thin air. And that's what we've been doing. Now, when the Federal Reserve rigs the game and sets the interest rate at 0.5%, and then you might as well borrow fucking trillions. Spend it up. Go fucking crazy. That's the idea behind Keynesian economics. The thing behind Keynesian economics is that you
if
have
you spend enough, you'll buy your way out of debt.
Well,
'Cause-
when things are difficult, you're supposed to borrow at low interest rates, invest in your economy, and then when the economy flourishes and you come out of it, you pay back the money you borrowed, and that's how you get out of these boom and bust cycles. That's the idea behind Keynesian economics. The problem is America does half of Keynesian economics. We do the borrowing part.
We never pay it back.
When shit gets good, we never pay it back. The Clinton years and the early Bush years were the best examples of how Keynesian economics can work. You know, we borrowed money, we invested in infrastructure, we did all of these things, we shepherded the economy, and then when the dot-com boom happened, we kept our spending low, we had trillion-dollar surpluses, and we could pay back the debt. And Bill Clinton said, hey, we keep this up for another 8 to 10 years, we can have this debt completely wiped out. We can be a debt-free nation. And then 9/11, and then borrowing a fuckload of money.
Yeah, funny how that works.
I ate... No, I'm not reading that name. I'm not reading that name. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. That's very nice of me. And now I see what J. Boo Stew changed his name to.
Is that on Rumble or YouTube?
I have to ask, are you okay today?
Me? Yeah, there's something going on.
You
with
seem
my
slow on the draw. You seem a little off. Like, did you get a little too much weed in the blood, or
no?
Your eyes look fucked up.
Both of them, or just this?
Both of them look like red.
Yeah, because there's contact lenses in them early in the morning. I normally never do that.
Okay. Because I can tell that your face is irritated by something. Like your eyes are irritated.
This one feels like there's like something in it. It's been bugging me, but I have drops for that. So
okay. I'm showing concern for your health.
I appreciate that. It's literally I got up, I showered and everything, and got myself way more together than I usually do. I don't put my contacts in the morning just because my eyes are usually a little more irritated in the morning. But I have to, like I said, I have to go right after.
You know what the look is from here? The look from here is you spent too much time in a hotel pool. You know that? You know the look I'm talking about?
No, because I can't swim.
Is when you get too much chlorine in the eyeballs.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, the red eyes. Yeah, like I said, the I don't know about the left one, but the right one, literally, that's just something bugging me. But Sam Show
says the real question is what's wrong with you today, Aaron? You shit your pants over a nothing text message. How long have people been watching this show? Do they not understand that me freaking out over nothing is like one of the funniest parts of this program? That it's I love doing that. You guys so don't get me. I'm having a blast when I do shit like that. Like when I'm freaking out over nothing, it's not lost on me that I'm freaking out over nothing, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun that for a job, I get to vent and yell things that other people would like to, and they hold it in and they don't get to. And I get to do it while making people laugh. I like that.
Yeah. And then when you're done, it's like a stress relief. This is practically a therapy session.
Oh, yeah. Like, much like you, I got shit I got to run around and drop off and do today. And then I got to pick up the kids, and then we got to go to the lake. Like, my 10:30 to 12:30 is packed. I got to...
I'm pretty much nonstop today.
Yeah. By the way, so Trump writes this handwritten letter to Jerome Powell.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically, he printed out a chart of the central bank rates of every country in the world. You see this? And he sent this to Jerome Powell. He sent this to the head of the Federal Reserve. And it shows the United States of America at 4.5%. We're 35th in the world of nations with central banks. And he says, Jerome, you are as usual too late. You have cost the USA a fortune and continued to do so. You should lower the rate by a lot. Hundreds of billions of dollars
Being lost?
Being lost. I knew lost. I didn't know what this word was. Being lost. No inspiration. No impuriation. And then Donald, that's somehow his... That is not signature. A drawing of a Mongolian war camp. That is Donald Trump's signature.
That looks like a really, really dangerous cardiac monitor printout.
Right, that looks like a bad EKG, yeah. So he wrote this letter to Jerome Powell, and he said the United States should be where Thailand, Denmark, Japan, Cambodia, and Switzerland are, between 0.25% and 1.75%. Now, Donald Trump raises an interesting point where if you did that, you would certainly steroid the fuck out of the economy. Like if you took the rates overnight and took them from 4.5% to 1.5%, oh yeah, you'd mainline adrenaline right into the economy. But you know what else you'd have?
Massive inflation.
A lot of inflation. I mean, what's 3% from 4%? 75%, right? So you're cutting rates by about 75%. You're going to get a lot of money flooding the market, and you're going to get a lot of inflation. I mean, any recovery we've done from inflation in the last year or so,
that's going to get washed out.
It could get washed out. So I really don't know. Like, I understand we have to refinance our debt, and it's $9 trillion, and that's a fuckload of money on the line. But at the same time, you can't just do that because, I mean, Donald Trump's argument here is, hey, the United States has been really fiscally irresponsible. Hey, we racked up way too much debt, and we're desperate to refinance it at a low rate. Will you please lower the rate? Like, it's kind of like when people complain in a fight about the judge's scorecard, and then people say, well, don't leave it up to the judges.
Yeah.
You know, how about if America practiced a little more frugality, if America promised a little bit more fiscal discipline, then we wouldn't be in a position where we have to go to...
well, at least we're saving all that money with Doge, right?
Well, and the big, beautiful bill is going to help us so much.
God, did you see what the White House put out for that?
No, what they put out?
A really cringy... You haven't seen the YouTube Big Beautiful Bill ad?
There's a Big Beautiful Bill ad?
Yeah, just look up now. This is what I call freedom. From the White House.
Oh, God.
I double-checked. I didn't believe this at first. I thought I was getting scammed or punked, whatever you want to call it. I was checking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm writing that on Twitter, not on YouTube. I apologize.
The actual White House YouTube channel put out.
And what's it called?
Now, this is what I call Freedom 2025.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The one big... Oh, they did like a now that's what I call music bit?
Oh, boy, did they try.
Oh, fucking gay, bro.
Wait till you see the execution. The idea isn't even the worst part.
Yeah, that Big Beautiful Bill, I mean, that just sounds... As I look through it, and they're still fucking around in the Senate, right? Like, they're still trying to delay the passage of that as much as they have the votes for it, but they have to let the procedural stuff, the stalling tactics work themselves out. But it's not a good bill. Like, if you're a deficit hawk, if you don't like debt and deficits and overspending, it's a terrible fucking bill. It's great for, like, tax cuts.
Yeah.
And it's great for certain giveaways, I suppose. It's really bad for the national debt. It's trillions more being added to the debt. So I'm not, and no spending cuts. I think, what did they say? There's like $68 billion in spending cuts in there. But you're washing that out with massive increases in military spending. Like, excuse me, fill me in here. Who are we at war with? Like, what war are we fighting that we need to increase our military spending? You know when we need to, the last time we needed to increase our military spending, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the last time we needed to raise the rate of our military spending, 1942. We probably needed to put a few bucks in back in 42. Everything else has been for the military-industrial complex. Like, even after 2001, we couldn't beat a bunch of fucking cave-dwelling retards with the military we had.
Oh, we could, but it's really nice when we throw all our money at it.
well, but this one goes to 11. That's our attitude on it. So this big, beautiful bill, we're going to spend more on the military. And when you spend more on the military, you got to find a bad guy. So I'm sure in the next couple of years, we'll find our new bad guy. There's no more terror. Like terrorism isn't, nobody's worried about roadside bombings and shit like that and suicide bombings and things like that. So terrorism is done. The Soviet Union's done. Who's next?
I guess China?
Russia, China. Don't feed me that Iran horse shit. Stop it. So here's the, that's what I call Freedom 2025. The one big, beautiful bill. I have not seen this. How many people have? Only 23,000. So it's not doing that well view-wise either. Before we do that, Chip Galloway with 199 says, how much to have Johnny's legs after he dies? $5,000? Well, I don't think Johnny's going to care.
That's going to be gross.
I don't think he's going to. Well, people like Chip Galloway have a really weird parasocial relationship with you, with me. They're kind of like, you know, the lady who killed Selena? Yeah. And she thought Selena and her had like a secret relationship, and that's Chip Galloway and a lot of those other guys. They have this weird thing where they think we know each other. They think we're like pals. They think we're almost like boyfriend, girlfriend. It's really creepy, and you got to watch out for these types of people. But yeah, the Chip Galloways of the world think that they are in a relationship. It's sad. It's very pathetic, but they think that they're in a relationship with us.
It's odd.
It's very odd, but you know, just you pat them on the head and you go, yeah, you're part of the team.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sure.
Don't show up at my house like the Selena lady did. Here we go. Now that's what I call Freedom 2025. Hate it.
Are you ready? For now, all of today's hottest issues taken care of in one big, beautiful bill. Moving.
I fucking hate this. First of all, like the production value is very 2007. Horrible. Like this is, I could see this on MySpace.
Yeah.
To a new dimension with the year's biggest topics taken care of. Smash hits from no tax on tips, no tax on.
But I don't give a fuck.
Most of us don't.
Again, like a lot of these issues, if you tell me that we're going to do that, okay, that's fine, I guess. But if you're going to tell me we're going to do that and add a couple $1 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years, you know, I'm good.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I don't care about any of this shit. If you can do this stuff and you can lower the debt, yeah, let's roll. Let's do that.
Overtime, strengthening Social Security.
Yeah, I want to kill. I want Social Security strangled in its crib. I don't give a fuck.
Strengthening Social Security, border security, and more.
We have border security. The border's secure. We're doing actually a ridiculously good job on the border. You know, it's amazing. People who come here illegally under Democratic administrations, it's amazing how a lot of that is stopped by just going, we're going to enforce our laws. Like it was like the border traffic slowed down when Trump got elected because, I'm sorry, when he got inaugurated, because the people would go, well, let's not waste our time, effort, energy, and money trying to go up to the border. I'm pretty sure we're just going to be turned away because they're enforcing their laws. It was before we even really did anything. It was just Trump being in there and saying he was going to enforce the laws that cut down on the amount of illegal border crossings. So, I mean, border security in the big, beautiful bill. Again, I love border security. That's great. I don't feel like adding a couple $1 trillion to the deficit to do it.
One big, beautiful bill delivers the biggest results you crave, but you must call members of Congress to vote yes today. There's never been one big, beautiful bill like this until now. Now that's what I call freedom.
And we're also doing the CD thing. Like, why are we doing CDs?
Because the whole thing's supposed to be like an homage to the That's What I Call Music stuff back in the day when they used to hawk those albums and shit.
Remember 1997?
Hey guys, I got some nice and tasty boomer food I just pulled out of the oven. You ready for a hot bite?
Coyote NV says, I follow the Lausanne School of Economics. I follow the Economics Are for Pussies School of Economics. Just tell me when shit's going well. How's that? Lander says, yeah, this bill will ensure the country goes under and continues to sink. You cannot spend more money to decrease the debt. It doesn't work that way. You see, Billy Idol gets it. Why doesn't she get it? Sam Show says he fucks off, then takes a big money maker for the state away, and they're like, gee whiz, why are they mad at me? Tilt says the border traffic was lowered when Trump was elected. They started a caravan when November started. When Trump won, the caravan disappeared. Yeah, that's about it. All they have to do is be told Trump is coming.
Like, and they realize, oh, crap.
Yeah, and then they go, well, I guess that's fucked. Never mind. Forget it. Everybody turn around and go back home. 285 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Again, if we knock out the goals ahead of time, if we stay 24 hours ahead, we are going to do 2 more members-only shows this week and a Rumble Friday, Thursday show this Thursday. So 285 is the number. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks, gift some memberships, whatever you'd like. And like I said, we'll stay ahead for the week, which sounds great to me. Continuing on with today's program, we've got, oh, no, you know what? Real quick, I want to do the actual release, the kind of release of the letter to Jerome Powell that, not McEnany, what's her name? What's the new one's name? What's the new lady's name? Levitt.
Oh, shit.
Levitt. Carolyn
yeah.
Levitt. Who's, wow. Carolyn Levitt showed the handwritten letter that Trump sent Jerome Powell in front of the press yesterday.
And if you look at this chart, this is a chart of all of the interest rates of many countries throughout the world. At the top is Switzerland. They're only paying 1/4 for interest rate.
Okay. Tell me how much.
Let's talk about how much debt they have.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how much debt does Switzerland have? If I'm not incorrect, I think that Switzerland might actually be a lender nation. Switzerland national debt. Relatively low. $355 billion or 37.58% of the country's GDP. Ours is like 120% of our GDP.
Right. That's one of the facts that's not really represented here on this chart.
Yeah. So Switzerland has like no national debt, so you can have a ridiculously low interest rate.
Cambodia, Japan, Denmark, Thailand, Botswana, Barbados, Taiwan, Bulgaria.
I want to be just like Barbados and Bulgaria. Help me. I want it to be Rusev Day.
Cuba, Sweden, Morocco, Cabo Verde, South Korea, Algeria, Canada, Albania, Libya, Malaysia, China, New Zealand.
Yeah, and if any of those countries spent like drunken fucking sailors like we do, locked down, shut down their country, printed trillions of dollars, and continue to fund the world's police force, I'm sure that those interest rates wouldn't be so low. But the United States spent itself into mental retardation, and then the price of eggs got to $6 a carton, and Jerome Powell went, well, I guess I better get off my ass and do something. So he raised the interest rates to kind of rein in the money supply and cut down on inflation. And only like yesterday did we start seeing inflation start to go down. So sorry if he's not gung-ho to just lower the interest rate again, especially when we have tariffs and all kinds of other problems.
Look, sugar tits, you got half the problem here. The other half the problem is you can't stop spending the goddamn money.
Right.
Trinidad and Tobago, Czechia, Bolivia, Australia, Costa Rica, the Bahamas, Kuwait, Papua New Guinea, Bosnia, United Kingdom, and the UAE.
Is she doing the Yako bit?
That's what I was saying. I was trying to picture the tune to it.
Yeah. Botswana, Albania, Estonia, Lithuania.
Yeah, dude, like, again, that's an impressive song. I can't do it.
Yeah, I think, hold on. Give me 1 second here. I think she was doing this.
And now, the nations of the world, brought to you by Yako Warner.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, too.
Now, see, I would have loved the Trump administration if they would have done the Jerome Powell letter like this.
Oh, yeah.
This would have been great. Here's all the nations that have a lower central bank interest rate than us.
Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still.
All right, you know what? I got to tap out of this song. I just found the first fuck up of this song.
What's that?
See if you can find the fuck up. What is he naming in this song? What are the things he's naming?
He's naming countries.
Yes, he's naming countries. See if you can find it.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, too. Puerto Rico, Colombia.
Venezuela's not a country?
Venezuela's
Colombia?
a country.
I don't know which one. I don't know.
Peru, Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, too.
Republic. Is that one? I honestly don't know which one's not a country.
There's two. Caribbean is not a country. He just pointed to the sea.
Oh.
Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, too. Puerto Rico, Colombia.
Puerto Rico's not a country.
There you go. There you go.
If our things weren't in front of it, I'd see the. Yeah.
I don't mean to call Yako on his bullshit, but
I think he just wanted to make the song fit.
Yeah, he's padding the song.
Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still Guatemala, Bolivia, then Argentina, and Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Tobago, San Juan, Paraguay, Uruguay, Suriname, and French Guiana, Barbados, and Guam.
Isn't San Juan the capital of Puerto Rico?
I have no idea.
Hold on a minute.
Did we just find out that one of the songs from my childhood that I used to be like, well, at least it was educational, is actually wrong as fuck?
Yeah, San Juan is the capital of Puerto Rico. So not only does he name Puerto Rico twice, Puerto Rico's
God
not
damn
a
it,
fucking
Yako's
country.
full of shit.
Yako's a cunt.
I trusted you, Yako.
Wacko doing the capitals was way more accurate than Yako's fucking country list shit. Fuck you, your song's already
Norway
bullshit.
and Sweden and Iceland and Finland and Germany now one piece. Switzerland, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Turkey, and Greece.
There is no Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, but was there at that time?
No. There's the Czech Republic and there's Slovakia.
So they put two together that weren't one.
That used to be a country but weren't anymore. Hold on. I let me check this because this was probably about what, 93, 94? When did Czechoslovakia split? January 1st, 1993. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. I'll let him have Czechoslovakia. But I'm not letting him have Puerto Rico and Caribbean and definitely not San Juan.
Poland, Romania, Scotland, Albania, Ireland, Russia, Oman, Bulgaria, Saudi Arabia, Hungary, Cyprus, Iraq, and Iran. There's Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, both Yemens, Kuwait, and Bahrain.
Both Yemen. Oh, wait, both Yemens. Hold on. We're fact checking the shit out of this song. When did Yemen unite? May 22nd, 1990. So that's bullshit. Yemen Arab Republic and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. North and South. They were unified by now. It's bullshit.
The Netherlands, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Portugal, France, England, Denmark, and Spain. India, Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan, Thailand, Nepal, and Bhutan, Cambodia, Malaysia, then Bangladesh.
Hold on.
Give me Kampuchea.
Kampuchea sounds like
a summer camp.
Yeah. Democratic Kampuchea is an alternative name for Cambodia. So he's doubling up on, he already named Cambodia. So he's doubling up on Cambodia by calling it Kampuchea. I can't play any more of this.
He's a lying sack of.
No, you can say it. Yako is a lying sack of shit. 100%. Yako's a fucking asshole. Coyote NV with $1.99 says Johnny's Exotic Meats carries no debt.
You dick. There's no exotic meats.
Oh, man.
So of course, there's no debt. There's no meats.
Tilt1 says, definitely not San Juan, but I would give them Puerto Rico. I can't give them Puerto Rico.
I would love Puerto Rico to be its own country, but it's not. It's been a territory of ours, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an American territory. Here, this one is way more accurate. If you want an educational song, go with this one.
Wacko, you can wager all or...
Although I think you should know all of these. I do. What's the capital of Delaware?
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person.
Dover. It's capital of Maryland.
I don't know.
Annapolis. What's the capital of New Hampshire?
I'm going to lose a lot of these, I think.
Fuck. Dover, Delaware. Montpelier, Vermont. Oh, fuck, dude. I talked myself into some bullshit here. New Hampshire is Concord. Concord, New Hampshire. Whoa. Barely snuck that one in. Massachusetts. Come on,
I should know this one.
You can do this.
Fuck.
Do it. You're thinking too hard. Go with your instinct.
New York? No. New York's in New York. I've got a cat yelling at me, so I want to mute it so you don't bitch about him. Fucking A, dude. I don't know.
It's the only city that's in fucking Massachusetts.
I don't know.
Red Sox.
Fucking Philly? Philadelphia?
Philadelphia. You're saying Philadelphia is the capital of Massachusetts.
I'm telling you, I don't fucking know.
Boston.
Oh, shit.
Boston's the only city in Massachusetts, my man. I think everyone should know the state capitals. I think to vote, you should know at least 40 of them. Nevada.
Oh, fuck. Las Vegas.
Carson City. I should have given you the Con Air hint. Met cars, me, etc. California. Biggest state there is. California.
Well, that would be...
If I had
I don't want to say L.A.
What is known as the fresh maker? What's the breath mint thing they call the fresh maker? If you put it in Coca-Cola.
Mentos.
Okay. If I had a sack of those, that would be a what?
Sacramento.
There you go. Sack of Mentos. There you go. That's actually how I know. Washington.
No, that's in Seattle. So, fuck.
What does Simone Biles compete in? What did Michael Phelps compete in?
They're swimmers. So
no, she's a gymnast. He's a swimmer, but they compete in a thing called
Olympics.
Olympics. What's the capital of Washington?
Olympia?
Nailed it. Got it. You got it, buddy. All right. Oregon. The dad in American Pie. What's his name?
That one, you're asking me like I remember. You do realize I have issues with my memory working properly. Like that's literally one of them.
He's in Best of Show. He's got the big fuzzy eyebrows. He's very Jewish.
Yeah, I know who we're talking about.
It would be Eugene Levy. So what's the capital of Oregon?
Eugene, Oregon.
Very good. Eugene, Oregon. We're going to get there. It's capital of the state you live in.
Oh, that's easy. That's St. Paul.
St. Paul, Minnesota. There you go. No, and Minneapolis. Just stop at St. Paul.
Oh,
Minneapolis.
I just consider them equally a problem.
St. Paul is the capital of Minnesota. What's the capital of North Dakota?
Fuck, I want to say Fargo, but that's wrong.
We need to sync the Bismarck.
Bismarck.
Here goes. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Columbus is the capital of Ohio. There's Montgomery, Alabama, south of Helena, Montana. Then there's Denver, Colorado, under Boise, Idaho.
See, I think this is a more creative song, and he's actually killing it.
Yeah.
Texas has Austin, then we go north to Massachusetts, Boston, and Albany, New York, Tallahassee, Florida, and Washington, D.C., Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Nashville, Tennessee.
I mean, this is pretty good. You had Yako, who was making shit up and pulling fake countries out of his ass.
Yeah, but this one's a lot easier to spot errors in, too, if you got it wrong.
That's true.
Elvis used to hang out there a lot, you know. Trenton's in New Jersey, north of Jefferson, Missouri. You got Richmond in Virginia, South Dakota has Pierre. Harrisburg's in Pennsylvania, and Augusta's up in Maine. And here is Providence, Rhode Island, next to Dover, Delaware. Concord, New Hampshire, just a quick jaunt to Montpelier, which is up in Vermont. Hartford's in Connecticut, so pretty in the fall. And Kansas has Topeka, Minnesota has St. Paul.
Hey, there we are, St. Paul, Minnesota. So now you're learning. This is an educational program that we're doing today. Tilt says, I'm dancing again. Ah, good. See, we're getting them dancing today. Perfect. 285 away from tomorrow morning. Do me a favor, guys. Keep us ahead of the game. I appreciate you. You know what? I appreciate you appreciating me. I appreciate you appreciating me. That's what I appreciate, boys and girls. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Oh, wow, I fucked up, dude.
What's up?
I fucked up. I have to apologize to you.
You got one of them wrong?
I said Eugene was the capital of Oregon.
Yeah.
Salem.
Oh.
Salem. Why did I think it was Eugene?
I don't know.
Who the fuck just knows Eugene, Oregon? Sometimes the way I'm wrong about shit scares me. Because it's not like I'm wrong in a way that shows I don't know shit. Like, that's different. Like, if you're wrong because you don't know shit, that's okay. But if you're wrong in a way that, like, makes people go, how the fuck did you get there? That worries me. Like, if Eugene is not the capital of Oregon, why the fuck do I know it exists?
Because it's a weird name for a city.
Maybe.
Kind of like how I'll never forget, what is it, Palestine, Indiana, or whatever?
Ohio. You already forgot.
Ohio. Yeah.
So don't say you'll never forget. You just forgot where it was.
Again, I keep pointing out the fucking, whatever. Fuck it.
Labglass says Eugene is where the Oregon Ducks play. That, you know what? Okay. That could work. That might make sense. I'm a college football guy. So anyway, the Trump letter to Jerome Powell got us on that rant. Got us on that little aside today. Thanks, guys. Thank you guys for entertaining this nonsense. Is I guess what I'll say. And statistically, everything but YouTube looking fantastic today. YouTube's a little light in the loafers, but Rumble's looking great. Twitter, all the other stuff, they're looking fantastic. And remember what I said yesterday, Johnny. I want the numbers this week to go down, down, down as the week goes on. I want people leaving work. I want
the internet.
I want them leaving the internet. I want them enjoying the 4th of July. I want them enjoying the holiday. All of that stuff. I do want them to keep us ahead of the goal. So before you do fuck off and leave, throw a little money at us. Don't get me wrong. But ultimately, enjoy yourself this weekend and take a nice long weekend. Hey, remember the guy, death to the IDF, death to the IDF. Remember that guy?
Yeah, the rapper in England that was chanting that?
He's running into some trouble. We're trying to punish that guy.
How so?
I don't know. We'll get to it in a second. I just want to say, just right off the bat, I don't like it. I liked that guy yesterday. He was trying to get some chants going. He was playing whatever the fuck, some city festival in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
What was his name? Like Bob Gnarly or Bob?
I don't remember.
Wasn't it
Bob something?
It was a take on Bob Villain. That was it. Bob Villain. I love this guy. So he was in there and he was feeling himself, man. He was doing songs about Palestine and songs and chants about Palestine. And I think our favorite one was death to the IDF. Death
This was too catchy to ignore.
It was really catchy. The guy had a gift. Well, apparently that gift is landing him in hot water with the United States because God forbid it. Now, did that guy say anything bad about America?
Not in the clips we played, no.
Not in the clips we played. So I don't understand why our government has to get involved with this guy.
Right.
You know? I don't... Now, of course, I'm being sarcastic. I know, of course, why we feel like we need to punish him because he made fun of God. But I want to play the clip one more time, and then you guys can decide if you... Then we'll give you the punishment, and you tell me if you think it fits.
Free, free! Free, free! Free, free!
Palestine!
All right, but have you heard this?
Now that's kind of catchy, right?
It's not bad. It's
free
not as good as the other one, but it's not bad.
Well, here's this is where Bob Villain is brilliant. It builds. He doesn't lead with his strongest bit,
He lets you have the good one at the end.
Yeah.
This one, though. Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Hell yeah, from the river to the sea.
Yeah, from the river to the sea. Like, I've never heard, murdering shitloads of people ever presented. See, this is the tricky part.
With such a smile and just, yeah, guys.
I don't understand why more people can't accept the idea of non-interventionism from the United States. Because to me, the Israel-Palestine thing is the perfect example of why non-interventionism is the best thing ever. You don't have to take sides. I don't want to take Israel's side, but I don't want to take Hamas and Hezbollah's side either.
Nope.
People are like, why don't you criticize Hamas and Hezbollah? Because I feel like Hamas and Hezbollah are properly criticized. I feel like people have put them in the proper scope of being terrorists and murderers and anti-Semitic thugs. I feel like that point's been made over and over, whereas I feel like the point that gets made with Israel is they're just, oh, poor me, just, defending themselves.
Oh, shucks, golly darn.
Ah, shucks, golly darn, indeed. So I kind of like non-interventionism is best laid out in the Middle East. It's not our problem. Nobody's going to notice that we're gone. Nobody, other than Israel, nobody's going to beg us to come back. We can just not have an opinion. As far as the example of you only win by not playing the game, I think the Middle East is the perfect example of that. There's no side that you can back in that conflict that's not going to catch you a whole heaping amount of shit.
They're all pieces of shit at this point. There's no good guy over there.
And none of them are for the people. They're all for their own power. They're all for their own influence. They all want to take over. Hamas doesn't give a fuck about people. They tell people to stay in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank so they can use them as human shields. Hamas is shitty. Hezbollah, I will say this. Hezbollah is run by crazy, retarded Muslims, and they believe in crazy shit. But I can at least understand the formation of Hezbollah. Hezbollah was formed as a defense force when Israel invaded southern Lebanon. And the Iranians trained Hezbollah, much like we trained the Taliban when the Russians invaded. So I can understand, while Hezbollah has a crazy anti-Semitic, whacked out leader, I can understand why they were invented, But then again, saying that the head of Hezbollah is anti-Semitic and treating that like it's a terrible thing is kind of the same thing in the 1700s as saying the Minutemen were anti-British. Maybe they had a reason to be anti-British.
Turns out they sucked.
Turns out they were really mean to the southern Lebanese. Mean to the Lebanese. Mean to the Lebanese. Mean. I wish I could come up with chants.
Really? That's a skill you need now?
Because Bob Villain is so good at it. I'm fucking jealous. All right,
but have you heard this one, though? Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
You're going to do that today. Not kill members of the IDF, But like you're gonna, that's bad. I don't think that's good. I don't think you should do
The
that.
worst part is that somehow I didn't know this, but you did. Like, wow. How did
What?
Yeah. But so yeah, no, that's a nice chant, but
What?
I don't know that I'm gonna hear it today.
You don't think that's not gonna be in your head?
No.
Alright, but have you heard this one though? Death to the IDF. Death to the IDF.
It's the drum.
Death to the IDF.
It's the drum that does it for me.
Okay. I don't think it's gonna be sticking with me that much.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Look, you can't win them all. Thank you, Doggo Doesn't Die, for the $5. He says it's kind of hard to celebrate independence when we don't have it. Well, don't bum us out. Go blow up some fireworks. You'll feel better. That's, it's neither here nor there for this weekend.
Hey, it might be an illusion, but it's still more of an illusion than anybody else gets.
Right. Just be Cypher from The Matrix. Enjoy the steak, motherfucker.
Ignorance is bliss.
Exactly. 280 away from tomorrow morning. I take it we're doing a god-awful show for you today. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Like I said, let's stay ahead. We don't have to knock it all out this morning. I'm not looking for that. But I think, honestly, we knock it out by the end of tonight. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
So just get that down, I'd say, under the 200 range, and I think we're looking aces. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, thanks for your generosity. This was a really nasty, ugly deal in Arizona. This is not going to be a feel-good story, this next one we're going to do. I don't know if this was a personal issue, if this guy...
The firefighters thing?
No, we'll get to the firefighters thing, too.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we're going to depress the shit out of you a couple times today. But you know what the good news is? We're not going to do the firefighter story right after this one. So we're gonna give you hope again. And then after that, we're going to depress the shit out of you.
We're going to crush you and take
Yeah. So there's this pastor in Arizona. He was murdered in his home. And I don't know if this was a personal beef or if this was like a war against God or what it was. But they fucking crucified the dude. Like you don't really think
there's something there. You don't go that far for nothing.
Yeah, you don't hear about, like in the United States, you don't hear about crucifixions anymore. Like we don't. That eye is real.
It really. Did you ever hear about did we do a whole lot of crucifying?
It's
in the U.S.
It's paining me to see you do that. I think you're going to make that eye worse if you like dig at it.
It's that there's something like added. I was getting the contact to stop agitating. It feels.
Do you want to take the contacts out and put glasses on?
I'm toying with that idea. If it doesn't get better in the next minute or here, it feels like it's better at the moment. But if I have
because
to
it's more it's genuine concern than anything. I can feel it. Like when you dig in your eyeball, I'm feeling it, and I'm like, God, that does not feel comfortable.
No, it's uncomfortable, but it's not unbearably uncomfortable.
It's like, when someone with fillings bites on tinfoil, you can feel it. When someone else does it, you get that Corsican Brothers effect.
Oh.
Yeah, if someone like takes like tinfoil and goes, you're like, fuck, I felt that. Oh, shit, that hurts.
No,
what is that,
like
by
I said,
the way?
that last time that I futzed with it, I actually think we're good now.
Okay. Because whenever someone digs in their eyeball, I can feel that.
Look, if it starts seriously bugging me again, where I feel like I gotta like do something with it, I'll excuse myself and take them out.
Wally World with 199 says Bob Villain's real name is Posh. It's Pascal Robinson Foster. Oh, so he's a poser. He's a rich kid.
Is
poser.
that surprising? He's the dude on the stage chanting it. He's not any of the people that'll get arrested or problematically chased if they do anything.
I'm not endorsing the shit he's doing. I'm just saying I think he'd make a fortune in the chant writing business.
Probably.
I'd like him to write chants for me, but I'm probably a capitalist pig. Says the guy selling records. No, we've banned him from traveling to the United States.
Yeah,
because he chanted.
Took his visa away.
Yeah, he chanted deaf to the IDF, deaf to the IDF. I love how the British can't speak English properly, so that actually rhymes. Like in the United States, that doesn't technically rhyme. But because the British can't speak their own fucking language, how amazing is that, by the way? You invented...
They don't enunciate properly, which is weird.
Like TH, why make the TH make a sound your people can't make? You know, that would be like if you had an African language and you said, we're going to put a lot of SKs together in the same spot. It's like, why would you
but don't we mispronounce Z? Like, because we call it Z and it's Z?
No, we made it better.
Okay.
Yeah. No, sometimes we fix shit. Again, the people who created deaf instead of death do not get to tell us that it's said. We fixed the language.
Okay.
So here's the guy in Arizona. He's a pastor. And I don't know if he if he got a little heavy-handed with the gospel or what, but someone felt the need to fucking staple his ass to a piece of wood.
Execute and crucify the priests that are leading the flock astray.
So that's the guy. He's in jail, and they interviewed him. And he's admitting to everything. And he's saying that this pastor was leading the flock astray, so on and so forth. So he had to crucify him. And I'm glad that I'm not like actively religious, because I'm worried I'd be like this guy. You know, because I really don't think the people preaching Christianity, a lot of them, especially the ones in the
don't really seem to follow it very much.
They don't believe in it. They believe in what's convenient. Honestly, today's preachers are the kind of people that Jesus Christ would flip the tables over on, because they're teaching it when it's convenient. Like, they're all a bunch of St. Peters. You know, St. Peter denying Jesus 3 times. Like, if it cost any of these pastors everything, they would deny Christ. But they'll preach all the touchy-feely, lovely, maudlin stuff. But when it comes to, like, hey, what does your God, what does your religion teach you about homosexuality? They don't have the fucking nerve. They don't have the balls.
They want everyone to like them.
Exactly. So, like, I'm worried that if I loved religion and I loved Christianity and I loved Christ and I loved God and I got, like, really fucking into it, I'd worry I'd turn out to be this guy. Because if I love something and I believe in it, I can't ignore it. You know, I can't, like, be like, well, it doesn't really say that. And then I'd let people gaslight me until I turned this crazy.
All right, this is tough to listen to. Chilling confession from the man accused of killing a well-known pastor.
Oh, no, and I'm sure that guy was great in his polka band. The guy who killed him kind of looks like a skinny David Koechner, doesn't he? Like, he could be Champ Kind in Anchorman.
Actually, yeah.
He looks like a skinny David Koechner.
If we shave the top of his head off, it'll make it a little smoother. Yeah, he's...
All right, now I'm going to nail you to this cross. Whammy! Now I'm going to put another nail in your hand. Whammy! All right, now put your left and right foot together on the wood there. Whammy! Whammy!
Now let me get my hat back. Okay.
From the man accused of killing a well-known pastor.
I just hear an accordion when I see that guy.
Up north.
I see him and I think Father Christmas at the local mall.
Oh, yeah. You know who I think? Mr. Lundy and Mrs. Doubtfire. There's a poll. There's a poll.
There is. Adam Schiff tells 12 News he planned to execute and then crucify more than a dozen priests before he was arrested.
Yeah, it's hard to pull off, actually.
You need a lot of wood.
Well, not only do you need a lot of wood, but like you need a lot of time, and they're going to catch you before you get to 12. Plus, I think once you get to 3 or 4 and a pattern starts to get recognized, the other pastors are going to lock their shit down pretty tight. Like if it's pastor crucifying season, that ain't no way to go.
Pastor William Shaneman of New River was his first victim.
12 News journalist Chase Golightly spoke with Schiff from jail. And
Golightly's the wrong last name to handle this story.
Yeah, you might have to go hard on this one.
Yeah.
Warning for you, what you're about to hear is very disturbing.
They cut to a priest preaching the gospel accurately. Like, what you're about to hear is very disturbing.
In other states, what do you have to say about those allegations?
All of those allegations are correct.
Speaking... This poor fucking lawyer. This guy's public defender is like, fucking hell.
Shit.
They said that you killed that guy. Yup, totally did. Oh, shit. They said that you nailed him to a cross in kind of a hate crime kind of thing. Oh, yeah, 100%. You got to purify
Still
them.
got the hammer.
Yeah. I hit it up my asshole. I got it into prison and everything. I heard a couple of the guards taking the Lord's name in vain. I gave them a look. I think they know what's coming.
To 12 News from his jail cell in Coconino County, Adam Schiff admitted to murdering 76-year-old Pastor Bill Scheineman with the goal of killing 13 other...
Why in God's name are you dressed as a woman? Sorry, I just see Mr. Lundy.
Priests.
My plan was to start in Phoenix and then circle 10 states around the nation with the 13 tribes of Israel, and then to finish
Holy shit.
in Phoenix, where I was baptized.
Schiff says his motivation.
Well, I mean, if you were to, try to date this guy, he'd definitely fall under the goal-oriented part.
That might almost be something to count against him, though. Kind of a red flag. Seems like he fixates.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if the guy says he's taking out the trash, you know he's going to fucking do it. He didn't tell you that there's going to be a shitload of rodent heads in it.
I'm guessing he kind of planned for this ending. I don't know how far he planned to get, but you had to figure this. You weren't going to walk away from this.
Yeah, there are some guys who just they're at peace with the idea that they're going to do their work and they're going to get caught at the end.
Behind the murders had everything to do with religion, calling it Operation First Commandment, believing the New Testament and Jesus Christ goes against the First Commandment that says you shall have no other gods before me.
Wow, this guy's way hardcore.
Super based.
So wait, Jesus is a sin? That's a new one on me. Wouldn't you just be Jewish then?
Kind of, yeah.
You're not really a Christian at that point. You're a Jew.
Yeah. So who's teaching the gospel and all that stuff? Like, where is the word then, my friend, if it's not?
Yeah, he doesn't believe in the gospels then, because that breaks the first commandment.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Commandments have been annulled by this character called Jesus, a human being who I believe is the son of Satan.
Believing.
Whoa! Controversial take there from the old crucifier.
Yeah, I never expected that Jesus is the son of Satan.
I'd like to see a debate between this guy and PPP. Like to see who could figure out the Jesus thing better. I mean, it's an interesting take. What Christianity teaches us is that Jesus is part of the Holy Trinity. That's the Holy Trinity is God.
Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Yeah, so he's the son part?
Yeah, Father, Son of the triumvirate God. So I hate to say this because he's a wackaloon, but I get what he's saying. I understand his point. That, like, how can you say don't worship any other gods before me? Then here comes the Son of God. I don't know.
Right.
He is carrying out a crusade for God.
Have you ever considered that you're just mentally unwell?
Whoa. Fucking big talk coming from news guy.
Yeah, do that when you're in an interview room as opposed to, I don't know, through a giant TV screen.
I got an idea, my man. Put a fucking cheese grater and a potato peeler out on the table and then try popping that shit. Look at this asshole. Why don't you come to the jail and say it to his face, you smarmy cunt?
No, I mean, maybe I'm the one that sees truth, and maybe it's everybody else that is deceived by Satan.
I like that. He pulls the I am rubber, you are glue kind of a thing. That's not a bad comeback. I got to be honest. I think this news guy's getting owned a little bit.
Yeah, he lost points the minute he big balled through a fucking teleconference.
Yeah, you fucking douche. I love how you and I are both kind of like, we're like, you know what? I might be on this guy's side.
I don't agree with him in any of his other practices, but this news guy's a prick.
Right.
That makes me mentally ill for following what God says, then so be it.
He was living in California when Schiff tells me the idea came to him to kill religious leaders. Schiff said not much planning went into the murders, just a couple of months. That's when he decided to come to Arizona, where he stole a car and found Scheineman stalking him outside his New River church, where he was the pastor for more than 30 years.
I saw that he had a Wednesday evening Bible study, so I sat there and waited for them to arrive so that I could locate which one was the priest, and then I just followed him home. And then I returned on Sunday to execute and crucify him to his wall.
Crucified him to the wall of his church? Jesus. I mean, well, not Jesus. Good.
I bet he saw or was involved, I guess, with the way these people were going.
He then went into detail about what he did to Shaneman, but we aren't airing that information due to its disturbing nature and out of respect for the Shaneman family.
Good call.
Following the murder, Sheaf in that stolen car says he then drove up to Sedona, where he planned on killing 2 priests at the Chapel of the Holy Cross.
That's the coolest fucking church I've ever seen, I gotta be honest with you.
That is pretty dope.
That's an awesome church.
Set up a tent right next to that church so that I could watch those priests and identify what vehicles they were driving. And then I got in a high-speed chase with the police and escaped. Got in a car crash, got out, ran up a mountain and escaped. And I was just determined to get those 2 priests.
Holy shit. I mean, this guy had plenty of time to go, yeah, maybe this is all a really shitty idea.
I should turn back.
Yeah, he never once doubted himself.
However, he was stopped and arrested by Sedona police, saving 13 other lives.
Had I been better prepared, I don't think there would have been any way to stop me. But with all that being said, everything happens the way it's supposed to.
Sheaf remains behind bars awaiting extradition back to Phoenix. But Sheaf says he doesn't want this to go to trial.
Put me on death row, set the execution date for right now. The victims want it. The victims' families want it, I want it, and the taxpayers want it.
This guy's kind of winning me over.
It cut out a bit. What did he say he wants?
He said he wants to be executed. Set the death row date. Give him an execution date. He said the people want it, the victims want it, and the taxpayers want it.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. He's I hate to say this. I'm turning into my governor, but he's likable.
I wish all of these guys on death row would be as amenable as he is.
This is, for a guy who seems like he might be a little unstable, remarkably sensible.
Allegedly, by the way. Come on.
Like I said, seems.
Believing he won't die if executed.
I'm not saying I want to die. I'm saying you can't kill me. It's just separating us.
I'm willing to test that theory. I am a man of science.
Yeah, you know what? He's a man of faith. You're a man of science. Let's put it to the test.
Let's see who wins out.
Yeah, let's crucify him. Fuck it.
From the flesh.
And Chase joins us now for the backstory.
I don't need to hear anymore. If we're not going to hear from that guy anymore, I'm not interested. Star of the show is gone. I don't think we need to continue on. But it's interesting.
I do like the hey man, look, I did this stuff. Punish me. Everybody wants it. Whack me. I don't care. I can't die. Like I'm like, okay. I will call your bluff, sir.
He is the first guy though, like I've heard that's like, oh yeah, the New Testament violates the first commandment and therefore everyone's got to get crucified. It's like, Jesus, you guys. I mean, this guy, I guess I should be careful what I wish for.
The surprising part is that's a fine belief to have, but you do realize in the day and age of 2025, not only has that book been out for a while, we've gone on to offshoots of those offshoots. Like,
right.
So I feel like it's a little late now to be like, look, this book is wrong, and people who worship this aren't worshiping the true faith. They'd be like, then at that point, pretty much all Christianity is off the table.
Coyote NV with $1.99 says, makes me think of R. Newman's Let's Drop the Big One. Grant Poobah with $2 says he pulled the old who do you think I am? You are maneuver. That's true.
And he won. Let's be clear.
Well, that news guy was an asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, that you should be able to make that guy look like a dick. And instead, you kind of made him look sympathetic by being like, have you ever thought maybe you're mentally ill? It's like, dude, you got to try that in front of him.
Yeah.
You got to give that. Because, like, he's got his hand, like, he's cuffed, and I think they hook him under the table, right?
I don't know.
So he can't, like, get you with his hands, but he could headbutt you. Like, you got to put yourself in a reasonable level of danger if you're going to pull that fucking snarky shit.
Yeah. Like I said, through a teleconference is really lame and gay.
At least Jack Doherty would do it in front of the guy and then hide behind his black.
Well, that's kind of the vibe I get from the news guy. He's kind of Jack Dohertying it by using the camera. Like, oh, I'm going to talk cash money shit now that you can't do anything.
Right. I don't like that. That made me sympathetic towards the guy. Fladge Rant says Immortals will put that name to the test. Yeah, I don't mean to spoil anything for anyone, but I don't think he's going to make it through that test. I think if you prick him, he will bleed. If you crucify him, he will die.
That man has his faith. Good for him.
I suppose. 275 away from tomorrow morning's goal. We got a couple hours left. Like I said, I believe if we get inside at 200, I think we're looking great. I appreciate it. If we stay ahead for this week, we will do a show on Thursday morning. We'll do a fun little Rumble Link Friday show for you on Thursday morning if we stay ahead and we knock out all of the goals for this week. And so far, all we have are Wednesday morning and Wednesday evening.
Nice.
That's it. So, like I said, I think if we get under 200 today during the morning show, I think we'll be good. Elon Musk is calling for a new So, we had Elon Musk. He loved Trump. Then he hated Trump. Then they got back together again. Now I guess Elon is off. He's off Team Trump again. He's calling for a new political party to stop Trump's insane spending bill, as he puts it.
He hasn't liked the big, beautiful bill at any point in time that I know of.
He's hated it the entire time. But, I really do think that Elon Musk, to be honest with you, I think it was a mistake to bring him in from Jump Street.
I think the intention was good, but yeah, the character that he's become publicly and stuff, I'd say, yeah, overall, the experiment failed.
Yeah, he's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I mean, he ran Vivek off before they even got in there.
I never knew specifically who ran Vivek off, so it was him? It wasn't Trump and
multiple people inside the administration said that it was Elon. But, well, I mean, think about it. They were both about to run Doge together. And then he quit Doge. So, yeah, I think that was an Elon production. And then Elon's obviously pissed off the president quite a few times. I think it might have been a mistake to bring him in the first place. I thought the Doge stuff was interesting, but I think anybody could have done that. I don't think that needed to be an Elon thing. But Elon is mad that he took so much time away from Tesla and SpaceX to do this to do the Doge thing, and then when it went
nowhere.
Yeah, when it came time for the big beautiful bill, they didn't put any of that shit in. Elon slammed President Trump and said it's time for a new political party that actually cares about the people, saying it is obvious with the insane spending in this bill, which increases the debt ceiling by a record $5 trillion, that we live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Musk wrote on X, adding that it's time for a new political party.
Not entirely wrong.
I mean, here's my thing. Like, if we get a new political party, what's that going to change? We're just going to have another party that becomes like the other parties.
No. The system is rotten from within.
Yeah.
And so if you go in to try and fix it, guess what you become? Like, you're just part of the system.
I think you have to start with, and this is actually where I agree with Bernie Sanders. I think you got to start by getting the money out of it. You got to repeal Citizens United. You got to make it illegal. I think you got to make it illegal to have publicly funded campaign, like elections.
Mm-hmm. Insider trading's got to go.
Yeah, but I think just like the election process, I think you've got to kill the mandates that you have that a third-party candidate needs to get a certain amount of signatures on the ballot to get on the ballot, or they have to have a certain percentage to get into the debates. I think you should just allow like the top 4 or 5 candidates for president to be allowed in the debates. And then, give them all equal ballot access that Republicans and Democrats do. And get rid of the fucking money, because you can't be truly independent. It's why unless it's a loan where there's a strict payback period, I don't think you should take money from friends or relatives. Unless it's a loan and details have been worked out, because if you take that money, no matter how independent, no matter how big you think your balls are, you owe.
Yeah.
You now owe whoever gave you that money. These political action committees are not giving these candidates tens of millions of dollars because they just like you a whole bunch.
Oh, hell no. They got demands and things they want. They're expecting to get some product service for their money.
Right. You're buying something when you do that.
In this case, it's your constituents.
My is you is or is you ain't my constituency. So I don't think Elon's cut out for politics. I haven't heard a lot of Elon's political opinions that really have blown me away. I think Elon says a lot of like populist shit. I think he says a lot of shit that's easy to, nod along to. But I don't think he's like, when it comes to this kind of shit, he's not a deep thinker.
I've always found him cringe, so.
Yeah.
If he's going to fuck off and go back to Tesla and SpaceX, I'll say this whole experiment for him has been horrible for Tesla because he took a dip when he started representing Trump. He lost all his liberal support. And then when he went against Trump, he lost support again. So it's like, I don't know, man. Have fun salvaging that fire.
That's why, like, Warren Buffett never got, people wanted Warren Buffett to be the Treasury Secretary many different times. And he's like, no, there's no winning in that. Like, I'm never going to come out ahead. Dusty Rhodes says, take that big, beautiful bill to the pay window, if you will. I think it's going to pass. It sounds like they have the votes for the big, beautiful bill. It sounds like the Democrats are just going to make them vote for 40 fucking years on the thing.
Yay.
Yeah. Let me open these 7 o'clock hour stories up. And while we do, you guys go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Throw us a couple of bucks. I love that we're ahead on the goals this week. Let's stay ahead on said goals this week. So go ahead and throw into one of those links that are in the chat. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, our friends at All Care have the trucks and wreckers that you need to pick up anything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment, and they are there quicker than anybody. So accidents, stalls on the side of the road, flat tires, lock your keys in your car, whatever stops your vehicle, All Care Towing will pick it up and get it somewhere safe, and they'll do it quickly. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Put the number in your phone for All Care Towing. And then Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. What better way to celebrate this country's birthday than by visiting our friends at Midland Armory or at midlandarmory.com. Located in downtown Foley, Derek and Tracy have all the knowledge and information you need to make an informed decision on what you need for home defense, personal defense, carry, hunting, sport shooting, whatever. They also have knives, optics, parts and gear, and they can handle the suppressor process from beginning to end. One-stop shop, as people like to say. When it comes to suppressors at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. We are 275 away from tomorrow morning. Johnny, I'm going to let you take over for a minute. I'm going to pee, stretch my legs. The water's good. And then we will come in, and we've got a little under 2 hours left. We will rally up for the end of the show, and I will let you take over from this point for the next couple of minutes.
All right, so I will be back or sometime this afternoon. I don't know if I'm going to make it back to start right away at 1, but we are doing a show on Just Kidding LC as soon as I get back. Digger won't be with us today. She usually has Tuesdays off. There's 4 shows this week, so we're pretty much almost, I think we're all the way through the week, funding-wise, so we're just hanging out, having fun towards the end of the week is kind of the goal. I will do a show sometime on the 4th. I'll probably come on for a little bit, just for the people that don't have holidays. There's a couple people, mostly Canada and Europe. So we'll do all of that fun stuff. Again, on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble will be available sometime after 1. I want to say 1:30 is probably the safest bet. Probably going live around 1:30. Shouldn't be later than 2 if we get delayed. Again, I'm looking, for those of you who don't know, I have a GoFundMe and things set up because I'm trying to move. So we're getting all of that stuff set up, but it doesn't work if you don't have a place to move to. So we're starting to, amassing a list of different places, checking off the first one today. So hopefully have that settled in a couple of weeks would be nice. I hope to see a lot of you guys at the anniversary show and the golf thing, but I'm going to be honest, the temperatures are starting to worry me with, because because we haven't had the AC on around here in the last couple of days. It's gotten a little toasty where my body gets shitty as fuck fast. So I'm not going to be able to wheel around much on the green. So do they have golf carts with AC? Because most of them are kind of an open format. I feel like that's not going to work. I'm going to melt like a fucking candle. But it should be fun to see you guys at the golf tournament. I'm not playing. I would like to see I'd like to see Imholt play, but I don't think I'm going to follow him around. Again, it's going to be way too fucking hot.
I'm sorry. I had to do some impromptu toilet cleaning, not for that reason.
Blowing out the bowl, are we?
No, it was a pee situation. But like, I had to clean out the bowl. My kids are putting like sand or some shit in the toilet, and there's sediment. There was like a grayish, brownish sediment all around the toilet. And so I just got the scrub and the bubbles out a little, and I scrubbed it away. It went away easily. It was easy to clear out of there. But it's like, it's not shit. It's not piss. It's not anything like that. It's just this really, they're dumping stuff in the toilet. Like something's going on where they're like putting rocks or sand or something in the toilet, and it's like it's building up along the sides of the bowl.
Okay.
I don't know what they're putting in there. Bigot on Socialist Media says emptying their shoes in the toilet. It does it looks like something like that. Yeah. I'll ask them today. I'll be like, kids, I'm not asking who. I'm not asking who. I'm not asking you who's doing it. I'm wondering why the toilet looks fucking weird. I need to know why I've got gray, brownish, black stains around my bowl. And why I need to scrub that out on a regular basis. It's weirding me out. It's not like
sounds like your diet should come into question.
It's not me. I don't shit in that toilet. I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 4 toilets in this house. I don't shit.
Bragger.
I don't shit in that one. I have shit in that one before, but I don't. But it's not like my regular pooping toilet.
Yeah, it's the unplanned. It's the impromptu pooping toilet.
It's the impromptu pooping toilet, exactly. Chevmatic with $1 says, just saw this is National Bison Month. I wonder if that bison who killed itself did so in protest. Yeah, did you see the bison that died?
Oh, boy.
That is a big oopsie. That's a costly mistake by that bison, boy. Yeah, there was a bison at, was it Yellowstone?
Yeah, it was Yellowstone. It wandered into one of those fucking boiling pools.
It wandered into the hot springs, and it was the biggest hot spring that they have there. And he just walked in there, and by the time he realized that his system couldn't handle it, he was fucked.
160 degrees.
And a woman caught it on tape. She caught the bison struggling, falling, and then just
passing out and dying, and then just floating on the shallow end of the hot spring. Dude, I gotta wonder, does it smell good, like just like cooked beef? Like, all right, somebody.
No, I bet you it smells like slowly rotting flesh.
At 160, it'll keep warm for a bit, so bacteria will have fun.
Kyler Pouch with $2 says, is that the one that has or had a hole in it? I had a toilet that had a hole in it? God, some of you guys remember my shit better than I do. I
remembered you had to replace a toilet, didn't you?
Yeah, I did have to replace a toilet. That was a while back, though. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, oh my God, Bison died? Who will I play as in Street Fighter? No, not M. Bison.
They're making a new live-action Street Fighter movie.
I did hear that.
They got Jason Momoa to play Blanca. I'm excited.
Oh, that'll be fun. Who's going to play Bison?
I have no idea.
Because who was it in the first one? Van Damme?
If you talk about who played the fucking flat-topped
he played Guile?
Yeah. Bison was he was the guy who was in Addams Family. Got what? Raul Julia or something like that?
Oh yeah, I never got that. It's going to be Street Fighter 2026, or Street Fighter the movie 2026. Joe Taslim is going to be in it. He's a Chinese guy, so he's going to be somebody Chinese. Charlie Hunnam, he's a guy.
Yeah. I'm betting you've got him for Guile.
Oh, fucking Jackie Chan is in there.
Nice. Who's Jackie Chan playing?
Joe Taslim is playing Ryu. Charlie Hunnam is Ken. Jackie Chan's going to be Akuma.
Jackie Chan? Wait a minute. Akuma?
Yeah.
Holy fuck, they're putting Akuma in there. Nice.
Guess who's going to be Guile?
Who's Guile?
Hold on.
I'm trying to think of who we could get. Like if you
go
said
ahead.
Chris Hemsworth.
No. Go ahead and just keep guessing on who we're going to make Guile for this movie.
Chris Hemsworth would be one that I could suggest with our current list of characters. Fuck. Who else?
That's got to be on your end. It's blaring. I turned it up really fucking loud.
Dude, I don't control the Zoom thing. I hear what I hear.
John Cena is playing Guile.
Nice.
I know. We're going to get a John Cena Street Fighter movie.
That's a really good pick.
Oh, fuck, dude. Jason Statham as Sagat.
I don't know that I would pick that, but it could work.
You know who's playing? I love this one. You know who's playing Zangief?
Who's playing Zangief?
Tyson Fury.
Okay.
Former world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury is going to play Zangief. And then Iko Uwais is going to be Fei Long. Karen Fukuhara is Chun-Li.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Oh, shit. You know who's going to be DJ? I don't know DJ, but you know who's playing DJ?
I think I know who we're talking about here.
Cocksucking Spawn, baby. Michael Jai White.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this movie.
Or Gamble in The Dark Knight, as you may know him.
He's this fucking badass actor. I love him.
Matt,
he's a good martial artist.
Mads Mikkelsen, who you might know as Tristan in King Arthur.
Mm-hmm. Also a Bond villain. Also just a badass actor.
He's playing Bison.
He's not going to look the part, but he's a good actor, so we'll see how it goes.
Biambajav Ulambayar.
No idea who that is.
Is going to play Honda. Isn't that the big fat fucking...
That's the sumo guy.
That's the sumo guy. And Leah Sadu is going to be Cammy.
Well, now I have to look.
I like it. If you're going to do Street Fighter, you got to swing for the fences, in my opinion. And it sounds like that's what they're doing.
Well, it can't be worse than the first one.
Dusty Rhodes, I'm going to ask you to stop writing that over and over and over again. Thank you very much. I would appreciate it if you would stop. Thank you. German mayor blames hot weather. Oh, yeah, this fucking story.
Oh, yeah, dude,
my
that's
God.
Cammy. You can make that work for Cammy.
This, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but there was an issue in Germany. And, you know, the thing about the ruling class in Europe is they are trying to sweep as many immigration problems under the rug as they can. Like, anytime Europe has an issue with Islam, anytime Europe has an issue with Islamic refugees causing problems, and it's a lot, they try to downplay it. They try to make it like it's not, you know, an issue or a problem. And it might, you know, don't look over here. It's probably over here. It's not that big of a deal. This might be the worst one ever. A German mayor is blaming the hot weather after Syrian immigrants essayed 9 girls at a swimming pool. You see, it was hot out. And normally you don't finger pop people without their permission. But, you know, when the temperature reaches above 88 with a heat index of 99, you know, the wires just get crossed. It has nothing to do with maybe coming from a culture that doesn't respect women and doesn't treat women like they're equals. It's got to be the goddamn German sun.
Yeah, it can't possibly be that these people have never thought, I don't know, ever to have to control any of their urges. Jesus, man.
I mean, Hitler doesn't get that benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was hot out. Maybe we had a heat wave from 33 to 45.
Hey, man, with that kind of heat wave, at least the trains ran on time.
And they weren't even air conditioned back then.
Right?
So I
Big
guess
metal boxes.
If you're Muslim and it's hot out, you just start graping. I didn't know
Wouldn't that make it worse? That'd just be a lot of physical exertion on top of heat and humidity. Now you're just sweaty-er.
Well, not only that, like, think of the racism in it, too. Like, again, liberals will be racist to protect protected classes. Like, with they don't want Latinos deported, so they go, oh, well, you know, all they're good for is, you know, doing dishes and scrubbing toilets. Who's going to do that? It's like, wow, so you're just going to sell them down the river to protect your immigration policy. That's nice. And now with Muslim, it's, well, you know, with Muslims, when it gets hot out, they finger. I mean, that's
Guys,
what
we got an idea for the new Muslim Hulk. Look, you wouldn't like me when I get warm.
Local mayor Christian Litzingi appeared to allude that the weather is at least partly to blame for the incident. In a statement, he said, of course, it's always high temperatures, and sometimes tempers are frayed. Look, hot weather, you know, being hot might get you into an argument with the bartender over your drink order. The hot weather might have you arguing with someone at the pool about whether they're getting too close to you or whatever.
Okay.
It's not going to make you grape. It's not going to happen. Another way to translate it would be when the temperatures are high, people are sometimes at a loss.
Yeah, some innocence was lost. Let's talk about the people taking it, please.
You know, Minnesota does have varying temperatures. And I've never been more prone to finger a stranger when it's warm out versus when it's cold out. My urge to finger blast a stranger stays pretty consistent, which is zero. I've seen strangers that I've been like, if I were ever allowed to finger pop them, that would be a nice experience. But I've never been like, oh, I'm going to go finger pop that. But that's not how we behave.
I'm sorry, that isn't normally who I am. It's just so warm out today.
Yeah.
The humidity. It's just...
God, I'm really sorry. Excuse my reach. It's so hot. Sir, we're at the hospital. Do you guys even have the AC on? It's Christmas. Mayor, the problem is not weather. He said in a separate interview, quote, we have zero tolerance for that. I don't know.
Which is it? Is it what the clouds were wearing, or do you guys have zero tolerance? It feels like two different things.
Right. Which one is it? I'm not really sure. Doggo Doesn't Die says sweat is an overwhelming pheromone. I mean, I've heard of it's hot and you get crabby. I've heard of it's hot and you get tired. I've heard it's hot and you get thirsty. I've never heard it's so hot out, I just got uncontrollably horny.
I've heard of being horny when it's like hot, but it's never been like oh God, I can't help myself. Anyone that crosses my path. I've never heard of anyone losing control of their senses. Two people are like, oh, it's hot, I don't want to do anything. Let's just F. But again, that doesn't solve any of your problems.
The worst part is this mayor doesn't believe that. He's just trying to protect Muslim migrants because he knows that the people of Germany, this keeps happening. They're going to look around and go, do we really need this problem here? And he and his globalist friends have decided that it's really good that these people show up so they can't back off now.
Well, we've certainly never seen Germany ever correct any of those issues before.
No, Germany's never kind of turned on a whole group of people. A group of Syrian migrants has been arrested in Germany, suspected of essaying at least 9. Oh, they were all between 11 and 17, too.
Okay, yeah, no, dude, there's no excuse for this. Temperature, nothing, no.
Hang them.
I'm sorry. Are the trains still running?
The suspects allegedly groped the girls in the whirlpool area, touching them on their thighs, chests, and other parts of their bodies and refusing to stop even after being told to. Oh, so apparently it was so hot out they couldn't even hear people begging them to stop. It's interesting. So yeah, this has nothing to do with coming from a culture that treats women like dog shit. That has nothing.
Oh, no, not at all.
It's amazing. If white men say something offensive about women, it's a cultural issue and it's toxic masculinity and everything else. If Muslim migrants are borderline graping a chick at a pool, well, it's got to be the weather. You know, as a white man, I wish we got the benefit of the doubt that Muslims did. I'm jealous. Not that they get to do this. I mean, like, if we could say the things we wanted to say and get treated like Muslim men, shit, we'd never get criticized ever.
If I could call women whores, I would be so happy.
The assaults reportedly began around 5 p.m. when several girls approached pool staff to report that they had been touched all over the body. However, rather than acting immediately, staff sent the girls back into the water, saying they could not verify what had occurred. Again, I hate to be this guy. I hate to turn into a boomer. If these were white German men who did this, they'd be out of the pool right away. More victims later came forward, prompting the eventual intervention of the police. Police have identified 4 suspects between the age of 18 and 28, all of Syrian origin, and no reports of them being arrested.
Well, did they commit a crime?
Probably not in their country.
Yeah. Well, guess what? You ain't like, that's my problem. I don't like people that break laws in other countries. Like, well, where I come from, that's okay. There's a line in a Jason Statham movie. I'll spare you all the parts of it that matter. Just the line is simply, he's like, if we were in Japan, you would be dead. And then Jason Statham looks at him and he's, we're not in Japan.
Right.
Like, that's kind of the point here. We're not in Syria. So it doesn't matter if it's not a crime there. It's just, again, if you can't behave, stay where you were.
I have a great idea on how to fix all this.
What's the idea?
Head on back.
Yeah.
If this is what you want to do, go to a place where they let you do it. And that's my problem with a lot of third world immigration is that, have some humility and be humble enough to realize it was the way you guys do shit that caused your shithole to be a place that you wanted to pack up and leave and come here.
Right.
Do shit the way we do it. That's how we got to where you wanted to be here. You only want to be here because of how great we've made it. You suck at this. You're not good. In fact, we're going to do you a favor. You aren't going to have anything to do with building this culture. We're not going to make you build another culture that might fail and that you have to leave in your lifetime. We are going to take care of everything for you. We're going to build the culture. We're going to build the laws, everything else. We're just going to ask that you follow them. And if you can't follow them, you can go back to where you were allowed to do that. How about that? Easy enough. It sounds like a gravy gig. And you'll probably get some welfare dollars out of the deal too,
Oh, yeah.
Probably get a little
Lots
free
of cash money.
Oh, yeah. 270 away from tomorrow morning. We got an hour and a half left. There is something about being ahead where you've made $35 in a show and you go, I guess we're ahead. I guess we're ahead. I'd like to make more. Money is a great motivator. I will say that. Money is a fantastic motivator. If like the contributions were rolling in, I'd be fucking bounced. I mean, I think I've done a fine job as is, but right now I'm looking at the clock going, hour and a half left. Just get through what you got. But if we made a run, oh my God, you know how pumped I get. So go ahead and keep us ahead. I have a feeling that tomorrow morning, I was really hoping that we'd get through tomorrow morning before tomorrow morning. And
you think it's going to come up against it?
I have a feeling that we're going to be knocking out a goal tomorrow morning. I do.
Okay.
I think we're going to be knocking out a goal tomorrow. Well, hopefully knocking out a goal. I wanted to stay ahead the whole week. I really did, but I got to do a show that's worthy of that. We're a whopping 270 away. Yeah, I'd say unless we got under 200 today, like during the morning show, I don't think we're gonna hammer out.
Could still happen.
It's possible. We'll see. British scientists are taking the first steps to making synthetic human DNA. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We're doomed.
Yeah. We haven't even made the woolly mammoths yet. We haven't made the direwolves yet.
No, we've made the direwolves. They've doubled in size.
Oh, are the direwolves?
Direwolves are not only real, the pups have been born, and since born, the latest update, they have doubled in size.
Really?
Yeah, I saw a thing on IFL.
Oh, here we go. 10 days ago. We have a direwolf update.
You know, it's
like the direwolves they're not going to release into the wild, though. I don't know if you know this, but they're going to release the mammoths into the wild when they make them.
Oh, great.
The mammoth. Well, thing is, I don't think the mammoths are much bigger than our modern elephants.
Okay.
I don't think mammoth. Let me make sure I've got that right. Are mammoths bigger than elephants? Yes, generally mammoths were bigger than modern elephants, while the woolly mammoth, a well-known species, was roughly the same size as an African elephant. Other mammoth species were significantly larger, like the Colombian mammoth, could reach 13 feet tall and weigh 20,000 pounds, while the even larger steppe mammoth could reach 15 feet tall and 17 feet across. Yeah,
It's a
so
big bitch.
I mean they're big, but they're not like unmanageably big, and they don't eat meat.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're.
But if we're raising these, does that mean they're domesticated? Can I get a direwolf pup?
You want to be a Stark kid?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm already in a wheelchair.
You can be Bran.
Hell
It's
yeah.
been an amazing 6 months since Romulus and Remus were first born. We've had a great opportunity to get to observe them grow and develop.
Oh yeah, these are 6-month-old. These are direwolf puppies.
6-month-old puppies. They look like a full-size dog.
Dude, look at the thickness of these legs.
Don't worry. He's only going to grow for like another year at least.
Yeah, he'll grow for another year from what this is now.
And hit all of their milestones. Now we're coming up to the point in their life where they're about to go to their first doctor's appointment, their first annual exam. When they do that, we're going to have this amazing opportunity to take blood, to use CT imaging to get really advanced ideas of what's happening to within their skeleton and their.
I don't think a direwolf goes into a CT machine unless it lets you.
Oh, it's going to be asleep.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they're gonna have to knock him out.
They're gonna have to be like, hey puppy, this rag smell like chloroform, and he's done.
So today, Romulus and Remus, at a little more than 6 months old, weigh a little more than 90 pounds, which is about 20% larger than a standard gray wolf. So we can really tell that.
No. I need to reiterate. Not 20% larger than the average gray wolf at 6 months. 20%.
The standard gray wolf.
Yeah, 20 at 6 months. These direwolf pups are 20% larger than a gray wolf fully grown.
Yeah, I want one. Oh my God, give me a saddle.
Genes are kicking in, and then we're getting these nice large wolves that are much more representative of what we saw in the ancient specimens. Khaleesi is a little smaller, a little younger. She's a female, so she's a little more petite. Today she weighs about 35 pounds, but she's still tracking about 10-15% larger than what we've seen in gray wolves.
My name is Paige McNichol. I am manager of animal husbandry at Colossal, and I am the manager of the team that takes care of the daily care of the direwolf. As of right now, the roles in the past.
I wonder if they don't get used to humans, though, and they're totally cool.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Saying like we're raising them domesticated at this point.
Well, you can't run them. You can't let them loose in the wild. They'll wreak havoc.
Fucking eat everything.
They will. They'll be like the Burmese pythons in the Everglades. They'll just start eating everything with no natural predators.
Sarah Palin, the direwolves have escaped. We need you.
We need
This is what I trained for.
We need to bring Sarah Palin in from the helicopter to snipe these fuckers. Silverwolf with $2 says, "Daw, look at the little puppers."
Yeah.
Little puppers could take one bite out of your neck and kill you, like Rick did to Joe and the Claimers.
Are in flux because they're growing up and they're still youngsters. But right now, Remus is really taking that alpha role, and Romulus is stepping down and being more subordinate. So he's kind of the beta, and their personalities really play to those.
You let the female direwolf have all the rights and access to you? Yes, I do. Beta. Do you think the female direwolf is equal to the male direwolf? Yes, I do. Yes. Beta. You a beta boy? Are you a beta baby?
factors. Remus really likes to watch things and he figures stuff out. He's also a little bit smaller, so sometimes that's interesting to think that the smaller of the two would be the more dominant, but he's crafty and he's always watching.
You let the smaller one be the alpha for you?
Yes. Yeah.
Beta!
Romulus, he likes to go out first, which is very much of a beta trait, to be the one in front while the leader's leading from the back. We can see that when they eat. We can see that when they play.
Again, I want to point out these direwolves are 6 months old.
Yeah.
They're going
I'm so excited.
They're going to grow for quite some time.
We're going to experience a really huge cold snap and they're going to escape their enclosure and try to eat everybody.
Yes. That's what they're going to do.
They're going to become the day after tomorrow wolves.
Yeah, and people are saying like, "Oh, they're so beautiful." Yeah, they're beautiful animals. Absolutely, they're majestic. It's just, like the Syrians in Germany, they don't belong here.
They're captivating, but they will kill you.
Yeah, they'll fucking kill you. So now the British are they're making synthetic human DNA. So I don't know if this means get ready for Multiplicity, the Michael Keaton movie. I'm not really sure what this means.
I don't get it, man. We can make fake people DNA, but we can't get one thing to duct tape my nervous system back together so the lights stop flickering.
It does seem like they're kind of like speed running past whatever you need.
Right. Dicks.
Hey, we haven't figured out MS yet, but we did make fake DNA. Maybe this will help you. Maybe they can give you some synthetic DNA.
Maybe. Yeah, there we go.
That's possible. Maybe that'll help you.
Although I won't be surprised if they blow by me because normally like sci-fi culture kind of weirdly predicts the future in certain ways. And even in Cyberpunk 2077, when that game came out, they're like, of all the advancements we've made, we still can't cure multiple sclerosis. I'm like, why the heck did you call all of us out in a video game? There was no need for that.
Yeah,
it's just horrible.
Well, they're just being honest.
But now even my escapism has to have a black pill dose of reality. Son of a bitch.
But they're making
stop current daying us.
But they're making human DNA.
Oh fuck. Dude, I saw The Sixth Day. It never goes well. Arnold Schwarzenegger isn't here to save us. We're screwed.
First of all, Arnold Schwarzenegger will always be here to save us.
Have you seen him lately? Guy
he was on The View, and I thought he still looked good.
He looks good, but I mean, I grew up watching the guy in all the movies. I'm like, I'm sorry, but it's old father time. He be a visitor.
Wow, I mean, Jesus, what
you forget he already had a heart attack.
Did he really?
He had that massive heart attack that he was hospitalized for.
I did forget about
a long time ago.
Shit. 270 away from tomorrow morning's goal. We're one of the happiest things. One of my happiest things is when we're ahead by a lot. One of the saddest things is when we stop.
That lead diminishes.
Yeah, the lead diminishes. It makes me, I'll be honest, it makes me sleep. I'm sleepy right now. I'm tired doing this morning's show. I think those people who say that the goal like keeps us amped, keeps the adrenaline up, I think they're kind of right.
Part of that is true.
I think they're a little bit right. I don't mind the occasional no goal day, but I think I might appreciate the side quest of the goal. Bapa Shab says, imagine going from not being able to pick up a glass of water to being able to pick up 2,000 pounds with one arm. Yeah, what if they make synthetic human DNA?
We're all stronger.
And then you get, you never spill water again. You never fall down again.
Well, like the spilling water part doesn't matter. I'd be thrilled, but the falling down is probably the bigger part. That's the one that hurts more.
Yeah. What if they can give you synthetic DNA? All right.
I'll tell you this, my legs are working great. Oh boy, am I running a lot for the first 2 days. Almost nonstop.
I think it would be hilarious if you got new legs and they worked great and you just didn't change your lifestyle whatsoever. Like you just took it for granted and shit all over the amazing gift that you've gotten of new legs, and you're like, I think I'm going to hang out on the computer and play video games today.
You didn't know me before the legs thing were bad, but this general lifestyle isn't isn't me. It's kind of what I grew into to make do. I loved camping, going out and doing like survival stuff. Like I went to the Boundary Waters in my senior year with a class field trip. See, you're sleepy at the prospect.
I'm sleepy. Like I said, I'm having a sleepy day today.
Let's portage a boat and rough it. Like, I mean, so I'll be touching a lot more grass. Have I the ability to move?
Somebody did send us a direwolf size comparison chart. This is what they're going to look like when they're fully grown. That's a gray wolf. That's like the big wolf we have now. That's like,
yep.
What is that thing called? What's that shepherd? Australian shepherd? No.
Maybe?
What's the fucking huge one? The big dog. The big bear hunter dog.
There's not Mastiff, the fucking, I'm thinking of the
Cane Corso.
Okay.
Cane Corso. That's what I'm thinking of. They look like a fucking Cane Corso. This guy, this big fucker. They look like one of these, just these big muscular assholes. They'll rip you apart. Or what's Jesse Ventura's dog? The Presa Canario. It's big, man. It's a big fucking dog. Let's continue on with today's show. Maybe the next story we'll do will be the one where we make a couple of bucks and make a. You know what I think it is? There's like when you have a goal, when you're not ahead and you have a goal, there's that rush of like the gifted memberships and everything, and it's knocking down a number and it feels good. And then when like everybody's chilling, everybody's hanging back and they're like, fuck, we're so far ahead. Who gives a shit? Like you lose that rush.
Yeah.
And then you're like, all right, well, I guess. Because then kind of what we're doing is we're just doing like rip and read. We're just like, all right, next story.
Yeah.
You're not really
the excitement dies down a little.
Yeah, you're not really in the chat as much because if there's not Rumble Rants and Super Chats, I'm not really going into the chat. But if there's Rumble Rants and Super Chats, I'm going into the chat. I'll pick out a few free ones while I'm doing the other ones. But like if there's nothing to read, there's nothing to read. We just continue on. So we're 270 away from tomorrow morning, and it looks like our time as a show that is ahead is coming
to a close.
Coming to an end. We got about an hour left today, and then we've got 2 hours tonight. So we got about 3 hours of being ahead left, and then we got one more day. Again, I need to make it very clear. The goals need to be knocked out in advance. So, like, if we get to Wednesday evening and there's still a goal, no Thursday show. Like, like I said, it's got to be get ahead and stay ahead, or I'm going to take a nice early 4th of July trip. Corn Pop with 199 says, where are safe space, Aaron? Where are safe space? I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say. Yeah, Dusty Rhodes, I told you, don't fucking write it. He's like, you skipped my rant. Yes, and I will skip that rant every time. That's your advanced warning. Don't write it. And then you wrote it 4 more times. Sometimes you guys have to take the hint. Like, I'm not trying to dad you. I'm not trying to be smarter than you or anything like that. But I really don't think this needs to be explained to adults. Sometimes it does feel like I'm talking to kids, and I apologize if I'm being condescending. If you write something 4 or 5 times, we've talked about this since the radio days, and it doesn't get read, there's probably a reason for it. So don't fucking bitch at me. Don't fucking complain at me. You know how things work. You're not, I can safely assume you're at least 6 years old. Act like it. Let's do the Idaho sniper thing. This guy is a real piece of shit, and this guy is really like way off his rocker. This guy wanted to shoot people so bad that he created a situation where he could get people. Yeah, he like basically recruited people to shoot. A guy in Idaho, a 20-year-old named Wes Raleigh, started a forest fire in Idaho so that firemen would have to come to the forest fire and he could sit back and he could snipe them. So when he was arrested, I hope they yelled at him, "You ever shoot at a fireman?"
I know, that's what I was screaming yesterday.
And then you could, you know what? You could curb stomp that guy too.
Yeah, I think you've heard that one.
Yeah. A law enforcement source says Rowley's body was not taken to the Kootenai County Coroner's Office because they don't actually hold bodies. So he did this in like such a small town, rural Idaho area where they don't even do autopsies because everyone who dies there is probably just some old fucker who died in their sleep.
It's natural causes or a bear. That's all we have around here.
Yeah, and we don't need an autopsy to tell either one of those.
It's pretty self-evident.
So instead, they had to send the guy to the Spokane, Washington Medical Examiner's Office, which handles cases from Kootenai County just across the state border. Since his ID, a haunting photo has surfaced showing Rowley staring straight into the camera with a chilling, almost sinister glare. I mean, that's not what I'm getting from this. Just looks like a guy posing for a picture.
Yeah.
That just,
I don't really see anything.
That really looks like what everyone's driver's license photo looks like. You can try your best. You know, my real ID still hasn't shown up yet, and I have to say I'm not looking forward to it because the camera was at an upward angle, so you know what that means.
And they don't let you smile. They don't let you, like, I actually, like, for my last driver's license picture, like, I tried to, like, really be happy. I'm like, no, we need to just, they want you to be at your base level.
Well, and not only that, but, like, my thing is it was shot upward. So that means that all this is going to be out. I'm going to be bullfrogging like a motherfucker. Yeah, I really didn't. I don't think that photo of that kid was particularly haunting, I'll be honest.
No.
Kootenai County Sheriff Bob Norris confirmed the shootout ended with Rowley's death, though it's still unclear whether he was taken out by police gunfire or by himself. No autopsy results are available just yet. His motive remains a mystery. A third firefighter who was also shot in the initial incident remains in critical condition. So he killed two, critically wounded another guy. And I know they're saying they don't have a motive yet, but it sounds like he had a screw loose. He was 20 years old. He was fucked up. He blew a gasket and he just really wanted to kill people.
He was itching to hurt some people.
Yeah. It's really shitty and unfortunate. No, to answer your question, some people are asking, was he trans? No, he was not trans. I know we've kind of seen like the trend lately of the trans people shooting people, so it's not too bad. You know, it's not too crazy to think, you know, was the guy trans? That's a fair question.
But this
ask.
one, no.
$1 from King Kong Dong says, if you want Aaron to for sure read your comments, pay for it. You fucking retards. Hey, don't remove Dusty Rhodes. Bring him back. He was asking a question. I was about to get to it. He's asking about money, you motherfuckers. Bring him the fuck back. Whoever, be honest right now. If you timed out Dusty Rhodes, be honest and I won't take away your mod. If I have to go into the settings and find out who it was, I'm stripping you. He was asking about VIPs. It's what? $250 to become a VIP. I tried to make it cheaper.
In a single week.
Yeah, I tried to make it cheaper and then the fucking VIPs got mad at me. It's like, well, they're not getting as much as you were. So I'm going to go ahead and say $200 for a VIP. If you do the VIP, you get 2 tickets to every live event we do, including the anniversary party. You've got the hoodie, the t-shirt, and the mug, and you get to claim a free piece of merchandise every once a year. You get to do that. So $200 in a week. If you contribute $200 in a week, you become a VIP. You give me all your information. We send all that stuff out to you. And then we appreciate you a whole big bunch. Thank you very much. Walter with $20. All right. Getting us off the schneid here, Walter. Thank you.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Yeah, just because we're way ahead doesn't mean we're not still greedy and we don't still love you sending us money. We still love that. We've got Walter with $20 says, who wins, 100 Gordies or 1 direwolf? I mean, I think 10 Gordies could probably take care of a direwolf, so... I'm gonna go with Gordy on that one.
I don't know about that.
I mean, come on.
It's a giant, like, dude, the pups, like the 6-month-old pups, I wouldn't. I'm sorry, I wouldn't wager. Gordy can handle that.
Disgraced Morning DJ with 199 says, when can we get new wallets? I wanted one. I don't think that Oz is doing the wallet thing right now. I don't think Oz is doing the wallet deal. Either way, thank you guys very much. 250 away from tomorrow morning. There we go. We might have a shot to get under 200 and stay ahead. I thought this was great. So people are lining up in Florida on the highway to protest the alligator Alcatraz.
Okay.
I have a great idea. And I want to help the protesters because I agree with them. I think it's terrible what Ron DeSantis is doing. If you didn't know, Ron DeSantis created this prison, not prison, but it's like a detainment center.
Processing center.
It's a processing center. So when people come to the country illegally and they get caught by ICE and they're awaiting, deportation or whatever the fuck's going to happen to them, they detain them in this alligator Alcatraz. It's a base that is surrounded by swamp and surrounded by gators. And the idea goes that you can't just escape. You can't leave. You'll be eaten by gators. You'll be swallowed alive, whatever. People have decided to get together and protest this in Florida. A lot of white women getting together and protesting this because all they know is their emotions and their feels. They don't understand the actual geopolitics and the actual policy making of immigration and enforcing your immigration laws. So, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. I'm on their side, and I want to help them. I want to see these protesters be able to get their point across. I want them to be able to speak right to the governor, and I want them to be able to speak right to this alligator Alcatraz. So, Johnny, I have an idea.
What's your idea?
You're not going to be able to win this thing by just standing on the side of the road holding signs. You know what worked for Selma? You know what worked for Martin Luther King? A march.
Marches?
A march. And you got to do this on foot to show everyone you're committed. I think what you got to do, you got to get all these protesters together that hate the alligator Alcatraz, and you have to go on foot to this facility.
But wouldn't that put them at risk of coming into contact?
Oh, so now social change isn't important enough? These poor illegal immigrants who are being taken advantage of and harmed, and their families are being separated by the evil Trump administration and Ron DeSantis. So now you won't go for a little walk to help them?
Well, I feel like going for that walk could be the last walk you ever take. I mean, are you helping, or are you just becoming alligator food?
Well, what are we teaching our children then? If you believe in something and you think people are being harmed and they're being victimized, that we should support them as long as we don't have to actually take a risk ourselves?
Yeah. It's called virtue signaling. Haven't you been here?
Right, but I think these people are better than that. I think these people are better than that.
Child.
I think they want to be better than that, and I think they want to show that they can make a difference. And I think the way you do that is you march. I mean, that pussy-ass shit being on the highway, that ain't going to work for you.
Okay.
You get out there, you march to Alligator Alcatraz, and you give them a piece of your mind.
Yeah, no, I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Good. Well, I'm glad we're on the same page with that.
Yeah.
Because it should absolutely happen.
It'd be the most entertaining. I want live helicopter coverage, but no interference.
Fladrant says Kurt Russell and Clint Eastwood in Escape from Alligator Alcatraz. $1 from Scott Jonesy. He says the anniversary party is actually your coming out party. What will be your karaoke song with the bikers to celebrate you publicly announcing your true self? Will there be a live stream? You're assuming a lot. Like, you're assuming that I'm doing all of those things and then going, what will the song be? Not like, are you doing that? Not like, are you actually going to, come out? Are you gay even? Like, he's not asking those questions. He's just making an assumption and then asking me a question that's way further down the road than I'm ready to
The song will be I'm Every Woman, and no, it will not be live streamed.
It's, how about, like, Would it help
Would
if
you rather it was Eric Church?
Would it help if I explained to them that I'm not a homosexual?
Oh, neither are they. You have to be human first.
Son of a bitch.
They don't qualify.
Son of a bitch. Well, guys, get your tickets for the Steel Toe anniversary party, which is coming up in 25 days. 2 o'clock, we're going to get what do you call? Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. We sold some fucking tickets over the weekend, boys and girls.
Nice.
We got this thing moving in the right direction. Holy shit. Yeah, I would say we're about, let's see, half full for the comedy show already. I would say we're about half at capacity. So get those tickets. It's free to come and party with us. The only thing you have to pay for is the comedy show. And if you buy tickets to the comedy show, it's free to do the cornhole tournament. So you buy tickets to the comedy show, you come for that. Now, if you just want to come hang out at Stoney's and drink and celebrate our anniversary, that's great. We're going to check your tickets before the comedy show if you don't have them. I don't think typically we don't have any left to buy. It sells
Usually,
out.
no.
But
It's like standing room.
yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask, I'm sure. But at any rate, go to eventbrite.com. And at eventbrite.com, you can get your tickets. Then Sunday, this is the big one. This is the one that needs to work. So far, it's working. So far, I'm very, very happy with this. I think we are 50 to 60% to the number we want to be at for the golf tournament. $500 for the winner, 4, 3, 2, 1 in the top 5. Get those prizes. The top foursome will get a $400 prize as well. So the top 10 spots are going to get paid at the golf tournament. And I think I'm setting the max at about 50. So you got a pretty good shot of walking away with some money. Get your foursomes together. You can buy if you buy as a foursome, you're automatically together. If you got 4 people that you want to put together that didn't buy all the tickets together, you got to let me know in advance, and we can put that together and give you your tee time. We will be emailing you your tee time about 2 or 3 days in advance, so you know when to get there. But go to eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Morning Show, 11th anniversary party. Get your tickets. It's $60 a person for the tournament. It's $20 a person for the comedy show. Gino's going to be there, Keanu, myself, Johnny, Roots Calhoun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Go to eventbrite.com. Get what you need. Get what you need. King Kong Dong says, I might have to do this tournament. You should. It's the hangover tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Dude, you can go up to the bar, get yourself a bloody.
I'm gonna try one of those mixer things, those good boys. Is that what you're called?
I don't know if they have good boys there.
All right, but if they do,
I know Becker has Good Boy. There's a lot of places that don't have Good Boy, the John Daly vodka seltzers. They're not in a lot of places. But get your tickets to that tournament. And if you'd like to sponsor a hole, if you'd like to be a hole sponsor, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 10 holes left to sponsor.
It's already paying child support.
It's $150. You get signage at the hole. You can have a representative there if you'd like. And you get 2 entries into the tournament, 2 people free. So if it's employees, if it's you and a friend, you can decide what you want to do with that. $150 for the golf to sponsor a hole at the golf tournament. $60 to just be a participant in the golf tournament. Fladrant says it's an anniversary. How many years? 11. We've been doing Steel Toe for 11 years now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Over a decade of Steel Toe. All right. We are $250 away from tomorrow morning's goal.
Thank you so much, everyone.
If we're going to stay ahead, I think we got to get under 200 by the end of this morning. And I think we can do it. So go ahead and contribute a little. Gift some memberships and whatnot. Over 700 of you still checking out the show. I don't want to get over 700 tomorrow. I want to see people starting to take off for the week, fucking off for the 4th of July. Yesterday, I lied. We did peak at 1,036, so we did get over 1,000 yesterday.
Uh-oh.
And we averaged about 890. I don't want to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow, I don't want to average. I want to average in the 600s, and I don't want to peak at 700. All right? I want to know that people are taking the day off tomorrow and enjoying time with their families and going outside. So, we got 2 goals left. We got Wednesday morning, Wednesday evening. If we knock them out in advance, we're doing a show Thursday morning as a thank you and an extra members-only show. We did a members-only show last night. We'll do another one tonight if we're ahead. If we knock out tomorrow morning, we're going to do another members-only show. And then I think we're going to do one Wednesday night if we knock everything out as well. We got some news on the Diddy trial. The longer this thing goes, man, the longer I'm thinking that Diddy's going to walk.
Didn't they drop a bunch of shit?
They dropped some charges, and what they said was, we dropped the charges because we wanted to make jury instruction easier. Other people were saying that they're dropping these charges because they just did not present a very good case.
And that's weird because that kind of seems like the opposite from what I heard before. And like the stuff at the end was like, oh, well, the defense lawyers are going with, well, we shouldn't prosecute Diddy. There's a war. And I'm like, okay, so they clearly are not doing well.
Yeah.
But now it's starting to seem like, no, the defense might walk away with this and the prosecution themselves were the ones who fucked up. So,
yeah, the more I read and the more I see on this trial, because again, you can't watch it. There's no videos in federal court. The more I'm thinking to myself that this guy might fucking walk. That this whole thing, and of course there's got to be a conspiracy then. I can't just take it on face value. And I'm thinking it might be this is a message that was being sent to Diddy by the powers that be. Like, I think Diddy was about to, fucking tattle on some people. And I think they humiliated him with the baby oil. They embarrassed him with the freak off news, but they weren't able to prove any like really serious crime that he should do a lot of time for, Like the big one was the violation of the Mann Act, where you can't bring a prostitute across state lines to pay them for their services. They didn't really prove that he did that, because you have to prove that she fucked and she did all the prostitute stuff.
She just said she was paid for her company.
That is what she said. She said she was just paid for her company. So he might walk on all that and not do any serious jail time. And this might have all just been a warning like, hey, don't open your fucking mouth about us ever again, asshole. Just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you're in the billionaires club.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're someone in the entertainment world, do you, after all of this that's happened, do you go near Diddy?
Oh,
exonerated or not, because even like Kevin Spacey's still trying to earn his way back, and he's not guilty of anything by any court of law.
Yeah, but Spacey has been he's been acting a little. I think he's got a mini comeback going.
Yeah, he's supposedly claiming that he's on his way back.
But it took a big bite out of his ass. But I think there was more evidence that Kevin Spacey did what he did. People kept dying. You know what I mean? Like, the one that had the best evidence against him, he died. So Kevin Spacey was able to walk on that whole deal.
So wait a minute. You mean when he did the segment, Let Me Be Frank, he was saying, no, you don't understand. If you take this away from me, I will become him and I will make sure I come back.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing...
Because that sounds kind of like a Frank solution.
It was a what do you call it? It was a House of Cards. Yeah, it was kind of a House of Cards sort of a deal, the way it all worked out. But I think West Coast Patriot Girl's right. The process is the punishment on this one.
I just, again, I don't know. I'm not in the entertainment industry, but I wouldn't be wanting to sign any record deals with Diddy after all of this that's come out.
Well, and also, with the Diddy thing, I think the thing that I learned that was the most shocking was that our fucking recurring character and all the Illuminati shit showed up in this one too. Like our the conspiracy cleanup man. So the guy
that Kanye guy?
No, he's the Diddy guy. I don't think he's the Kanye guy. Unless we'll get to it, but he was the guy who was the head of detectives and investigations.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Yeah, head of detectives investigations in Las Vegas for the Mandalay Bay shooting. He was the police chief in Oahu, Maui, when the wildfires happened. And he was Diddy's like main fixer, head of security guy during the freak-offs and the Diddy parties. So the fucking Illuminati guy who trained at the FBI field offices and then became law enforcement, he was around all of it. Like that was the craziest thing.
That can't be a coincidence. To quote the last witch hunter, 1 is just happenstance.
Right.
2, a coincidence. 3, no. There's something fucky going on.
Either that or that guy is like Forrest Gump and he just keeps finding himself in all of these cosmic, situations. He's just
Why
at the
would you
center.
keep giving that man a job?
Because somebody tells you have to give that man a job because he's the fixer.
I mean, again, you can't have a conspiracy with this thing. Just on his resume alone. Oh, yeah, just burn after burn after burn. Like, yeah, you know what? Everything that goes on around you turns to shit. I would love for you to manage this little parcel of mine. Come on over.
Let me see. Maui Police Chief Diddy. What's his name? John Peltier. John Peltier is the guy, and this is...
We begin with new details tonight revealed in allegations tying Maui Police Chief John Peltier to rapper Sean Diddy Combs in an alleged cover-up of a sex assault. Lawyers on behalf of the chief sent in a 20-page packet to the Maui Police Commission in an effort to clear his name from the civil lawsuit and to help him stay on the job. This after Maui County Mayor Richard Bison called for him to be placed on leave during this investigation. The letter to the commission...
And wouldn't you know, I'm guessing that somehow, some way, somebody intervened and this guy got to keep doing his job.
Yup.
Says that the claims against the chief are false, and the packet contained 10 exhibits, including receipts, text messages, and letters of support for Peltier. Now, one of the exhibits
they were busy at Langley all day typing those. Or Annapolis, or wherever the fuck they were, wherever they came from. It's a Colonel, I've received no less than 20 phone calls from people telling me to let you go. He really is. He's Danny Glover in a Shooter.
Shooter.
Yeah.
Claims that he was captured at the 2018 Super Bowl in Minnesota. The civil lawsuit against Combs, Peltier, and other defendants, claiming a man standing behind Combs was Peltier. But the package shows pictures of the chief during that same time frame, showing a difference in facial structure and head shape.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We're really digging in deep. Nah, he's way more of a goofy-headed motherfucker than that. This guy, you can't... Do you know how crazy you'd sound? Like, a lot of times when you have a conspiracy theory, you sound crazy. Do you know how crazy you sound trying to make this not a conspiracy?
Guys, look, we found a photo of him in a different place in a different time. Trust us, that proves it. Because this is obviously the same time.
Now, it also showed text messages between Peltier and lieutenants with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department asking him to confirm that he was on call on March 23rd and 24th, 2018. The same dates the lawsuit claims Peltier was in California to help cover up Combs' assault. Now, since the lawsuit tying Peltier to Combs came out, the chief has held strong to his claim that the allegations are completely false and...
Oh, well then never mind. Sorry to bother you, sir.
After all, he's a law officer, so he wouldn't lie to us.
Yeah. Who happens
They're
to be
always straight shooters.
Who happens to be gumping his way into every tragedy of the 21st century.
Right. We're good. We're golden.
We're going to find out that he was like fucking holding the door open for Benazir Bhutto when she was killed. We're going to find out he was head of security for Shinzo Abe. This fucking guy.
Baseless. Former MPD Chief Thomas Phillips, who served 33 years on the force, wrote a letter in support of keeping Peltier on the job during the investigation. He wrote...
And wouldn't you know, right after he wrote that letter, his family came back home. It's weird how that happens.
Quote, as chief of police, I was named in many civil lawsuits, and not once was I asked or ordered to step down while the cases were resolved. Civil cases often take years to resolve, if ever.
Yeah. Well, look, there's a lot of questions around this guy, and he doesn't do himself any favors because his whole attitude towards the deal seems to be fuck it, fuck you, fuck everybody.
Well, at least he doesn't have a questionable past that would give anyone reason to suspect him of any
right. Yeah, at least he's
improper
never
behavior.
Yeah. Again, like, please show me a world where where there's not a legitimate grievance of a conspiracy here. Please show me that. We are $250 away from tomorrow morning's goal. I would love it if I would go back to the chat after a story and we'd see a little a run up here. At the very least, we got to get to the dentist's favorite time today.
Oh, no, we don't.
We started at 300 away from tomorrow morning's goal.
All right, that's fair.
If we wrap up at 250, this is a pathetic show, and I should have stayed in bed. Are you kidding? Like, even on a day when we're ahead, $50 is fucking pathetic. Like, that's not worth getting out of bed for, in my humble opinion. That's the other thing. People are like, well, don't you just do this because you love it? No. I mean, I do love it. I really enjoy doing this. That's not why I fucking do it. Are you kidding? There's a lot of things I love doing, all right? I ain't getting up at 5 in the morning to do them. That's for sure. There's already a dramatic development as in the jury deliberations in the Diddy trial.
What's the development?
A note was sent by the jury to the judge in the courtroom within about an hour of deliberations. At about 12:15, the judge said, "We have received a note from the jury. We have a juror, Juror 25, who we believe cannot follow your Honor's instructions." And the person wanted to meet with the judge about it. Diddy's defense attorney Mark Agnifilo suggested telling the jury it's still early in the process and they're just getting started. Prosecuting attorney Maureen Comey said they suggest instructing jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. The judge instructed both sides to confer upon a response. About 30 minutes later, Judge Submarinian sent a note back to the jury. He reminded the jurors of their duty and obligation to follow his instructions on the law. He told the jury to continue to deliberate. So it already seems like that juror room is not exactly close to coming to a conclusion. And I think that bodes well for P. Diddy.
You think they're going to have a hung jury and they can't make a decision?
At the very least, yeah. And the judge is going to have to decide to dismiss the damn thing, or the prosecution is going to have to decide to dismiss the damn thing or file it all over again. And honestly, do you want to do this again?
I mean, as a society, no. But I guess it depends on how strong you think your case is. But if you didn't win it the first time, that confidence is out the window too.
Everyone who's covering this trial, everyone I hear from says that the case is shit.
Then yeah, I wouldn't go hear it again.
So Diddy might walk. I agree with the people who are saying that the public embarrassment is the punishment. Like whatever he did to piss off his handlers, whatever he did to piss off his billionaire bosses, this is what the punishment was. That he was probably never going to go to jail in the first place, but they wanted to, because like, the thing about the Diddy trial is none of us who are casually watching it or following it can tell you exactly what the crime is. We just know there was the sex and the freak-offs and the baby oil and all of that.
When he got arrested, it was supposed that he was like running an illegal film business or some shit.
Yeah, or sex trafficking.
Yeah, like they were making porn or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And then a bunch of lawsuits came out, and then Jay-Z was named in one of them, and they went, all right, fucking chill out. We're not suing Jay-Z. Lady, you take that back today. And then she took it back because they're like, look, this is all about, this is all about teaching Diddy a lesson. We're not trying to get our other Illuminati guys wrapped up in some shit. So I would say that Diddy's going to walk. That was the plan all along. And that They just wanted to scare the shit out of him. So whatever he did to piss them off, they'll be guaranteed that he will never, ever do that again. All right, let's open up our last hour's worth of stories here. While we're doing that, why don't you guys throw in a couple of bucks? Jesus, we did it for free for you today. Keep us ahead. Like I said, show's ahead. I want to stay ahead. I don't want to stop being ahead. You also got a good show out of us today. We didn't even mail it in for you. We were bouncing around. We were doing a bunch of shit. I could have mailed this thing in, but I got up. We did a show. You guys are going to get us under 200 for tomorrow morning by the end of the day. And also, if we stay ahead and if we knock everything out by the end of tomorrow morning's show, it means that I'm doing a Thursday morning show for you. Maybe that's it. Maybe if I drop the thread of doing a Thursday, maybe if you guys knock out all the goals, I'll stop doing shows, and then we just hammer it out right away. Maybe that's the way to go. If I threaten to stop,
you go.
Then we're gonna get results. All right, let's. Approachable has a clip. Let's see. Yeah, it took a big bite out of his ass, but I think there was more evidence that Kevin Spacey did what he did. Yeah. So I apparently took a big bite out of somebody's ass.
Yeah.
But Kevin Spacey's way worse. Perfect. Some people are saying they might get Diddy on the Mann Act. He did have escorts flown in for sex, but maybe they don't care about that, though. Well, it's not about whether or not you think he did it.
It's not what you know, Jake. It's what you
can prove. Exactly. You want to go to jail or you want to go home? I want to go home, and I want my baby oil with me, please.
P. Diddy ain't got shit on me.
You know what? SP's full of shit on this one. She writes, I hate being like analyzed and like diagnosed by people. It fucking bothers me. You see strangers and immediately think about fingering them. Where did you learn to think this way? That is not what I fucking did. What I did was there was a story about a bunch of fucking dirty Muslim immigrants in Germany finger popping a bunch of beautiful white girls against their will, and then I started making goddamn fucking jokes. I'm a fucking comedic performer. I need to be allowed to work.
The peacock captain, you gotta let me fly.
I'm a peacock. You've got to let me fly. I'm not going to stand for fucking slander. God damn it. I hate being told how to do a show. I hate being told that the way I do a show means I'm fucked up. I'm an entertainer. We're all fucked up. Jesus. If there's a story about people fingering people, I'm making fingering jokes. And I'm not going to stop making fingering. Now I'm going to make more fingering jokes. Guess what? Next direwolf story we get, direwolves getting fingered.
Well, that is the number one way to stop them from attacking you. As you
fucking tired of like doing fucking comedy. I've been doing this for 20 years. It's time to maybe understand.
And you haven't learned yet.
It's maybe time to understand that when there's a story about something, the comedic thing you do is called yes and. It's the most basic improv thing there fucking is. And the yes and is the dirty Muslim immigrants did the white girl fingering. That's how we're going to reference it. Jesus. I cannot work this way. Data. I cannot make bricks without clay. Thank you very much. I feel personally attacked, but now I feel better. I feel better now. Now I want money.
Okay.
I'm like any other aggrieved Jew. I want money after that. Oh, my mom would like a bag of ice for the cabin before I come up today. I will pick up a bag of ice. And then I'll finger a transient.
I just doesn't. What did they do? Just wrong place, wrong time.
What do you mean wrong place, wrong time? Are you saying I'm shit at fingering? Like it's not going to feel good?
Well,
like I'm not good at. So now I'm a bad fingerer. Wow.
Well, I just feel like they'll probably, at the very least, if you're getting a bag of ice, they're going to be cold.
Fucking catching it from all sides today. I'm making jokes about a story about people fingering people. I can't win there. I'm a fucking pervert and a weirdo. And then I offer to finger a homeless guy, and now I suck shit at fingering.
Well, I'm just saying it might not be offer wasn't really necessarily brought up in the proposal.
I'm just tired and cranky.
I get you.
I'm just tired and cranky.
You get finger poppy when you haven't had a Snickers.
I do, yeah. I feel like finger popping. King Kong Dong with $1 says, this rant reminds me of the soundboard rant from 101. Well, I just hate it when people who don't do it are like, oh, maybe it's something with you that you think that. No, the story is very clearly about people getting finger popped. So therefore... and now it's not fun to joke about anymore.
Yeah, the soundboard rant at 101 was always about how you're like, I have the settings in a very particular way, and people come in here and touch them, and nobody has any business.
And not only that,
the board.
None of them do anything live. They shouldn't even be in my studio. That's what I always said that pissed people off, because the boss was fucking the midday chick. So I was like, how about the fucking midday gal doesn't touch my fucking board? In fact, this should only be the Steel Toe studio. Nobody else should be allowed to use this studio. There's countless other studios in this building. Do you have a fucking 35 share? I don't think so. Stay out of my fucking studio. Leave my levels where I need them. Don't touch a goddamn thing. And I don't think that that's too much to ask.
Apparently was.
Apparently, I was being an asshole.
I mean, two things can be true at the same time.
It's a good point. That's a good point. But I wasn't an asshole for that reason. That was a completely reasonable thing to suggest. All right, we made our 50 fucking bucks for today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Ew, yuck, shit. That's actually an Asian man that I'm texting. I'm not saying that to you guys. Peter Ducey asked a very funny question. I don't know if he was trying to be funny when he asked this question or if it just came out that way. But Peter Ducey was at the press hearing yesterday, and he asked a question about Zohran Mamdani, the guy who's running for mayor of New York City. And I'll be honest, I never expected this to be a question that would be asked of the administration, and I didn't think I'd get such an honest answer on this one. This is, a lot of people are worried about this Mamdani, but I'm starting to think that New York is in such shitty shape that I really don't know how much damage this Mamdani guy can do.
I mean, if the conspiracy people like, oh, he's going to bring in Sharia law and other stuff. Like, if that stuff happened, yeah.
We ran a promotion.
I don't think you could make that work.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to bring Sharia law in. And, honestly, I think New York is such dog shit with...
Does it solve the issue with the freaking buskers? Because maybe we're okay with it then.
Right. I think New York City's at the point now where we need to start considering, would Sharia law help?
I mean, I don't like it, but I mean... in AOC district alone.
Right. So this is Peter Ducey asking a question that I would say is outside the box for the Mamdani thing.
Does President Trump want Zohran Mamdani deported?
What?
Right? Fucking this is why Ducey's the man. It's like, not does he agree with his policies, not does he think he'll do a good job for New York. No. It's does he want him deported?
There's no grounds for such a thing. Why would you?
I haven't heard him say that. I haven't heard him call for that. But certainly he does not want this individual to be elected. I was just speaking to him about it and his radical policies that will completely crush New York City, which is obviously a city that the president holds near and dear to his heart.
There's this Congressman Annie Ogles. He wants the Attorney General Bondi to explore denaturalization proceedings.
Like, this is what we're doing because we disagree with a guy. Like, look, I think Mandani's a terrible guy. I don't think he's got good ideas at all. I think he'll hurt New York City further, if we're being honest. But I also don't want to live in a country where we see a guy that people want to elect as a leader and then go, well, let's denaturalize him and let's deport him as soon as we can so he can't become mayor in a free and fair election.
Yeah, because, that's democracy.
Right. I mean, the last time we treated an Arab this poorly, we were overthrowing Mossadegh from Iran and reinstalling the Shah. And that didn't turn out too well for us.
Because he thinks Mandani could have misrepresented or concealed material support for terrorism based on rap lyrics he wrote in 2017.
Oh, God, Jesus fucking Christ. So 8 years ago, when he was probably in his 20s, I'm guessing, this guy wrote a rap song, which is cringe and it's fucking douchey, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but nowadays, who doesn't have a SoundCloud?
Right. I mean, imagine how much safer New York would be right now if he had chosen the music route instead of politics.
Does President Trump think this is a worthwhile use of the Attorney General's time?
Well, I'll let the president speak to that. I have not seen those claims, but surely if they are true, it's something that should be investigated.
No, the answer is no. We're not going to deport our political opponents because we disagree with them. The answer to that question is, of course not, next. Not, hey, maybe we should look into deporting the fucking commie, huh? Maybe that's not a bad idea.
I like where your head's at.
And could President Trump see himself, you said you just talked to him about this. Mm-hmm. Could he see himself working with a mayor, Mandani, somebody who, on Meet the Press this weekend, was given 3 chances to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada, but he couldn't?
What the? Okay, I'm going to defend Mandani on this one, too. What the fuck is
the
that? Well, that's
Antifa?
the resistance against Israel. But, like, what the fuck does that have to do with being the mayor of New York City?
I'm tired of Israel's politics being a thing that we have to care about in our elections.
Yeah. Here's me. Johnny, ask me if I want to denounce the global intifada.
Do you want to denounce the global?
No, I'm sorry. Phrase it as me running as a candidate for mayor. Would I like to? Whatever the globalized intifada.
As a mayoral candidate for the city of New York, would you like to globalize or condemn the Antifa? I'm going to say this.
That's my response to that question. Thank you. I would make fart noises into a microphone if you ask me, as a candidate for the mayor of New York City, how do I feel about the global intifada? And now my bottom lip is full of spit. And it's hard not to think of it as poop. All right, I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, look, the president is always willing to work with everyone. He's working with Democrats across the country, Democrat governors, and he said he'll work with people on the far left. He works with Republicans. He works with people in the middle. He wants to do what's right for America, but surely someone who holds these values and is quite literally a communist and condemns every value that makes this country great. Common sense, law and order, low taxes, working hard, and earning your keep in this country. He's against all of that. And I think the president would find it difficult to work with someone like that.
So he's against hard work?
That's the way they're phrasing it. I think he's probably one who likes more of the socialist agenda of a living wage and things like that.
I don't really, I don't know if Mandani is literally against hard work.
Yeah, but she's trying to fillet her boss's political ethics and stuff, so she has to be like, we're the party of hard work. So
how about the fact that we don't like this guy running for mayor of New York City, so openly at a press briefing we're discussing the idea of denaturalizing him and kicking him out of the fucking country? That's bananas to me. That is insane. Doggo Doesn't Die
we
says
can't get that discussion about Johnny Somali guy.
Yeah. Doggo Doesn't Die on my response to the global intifada question said, we'll take that as a no. It's fair. I think that's probably fair. Somebody, too, with $1 says, Aaron trying his best. Oh, boy. Let's see. This is a clip of Aaron trying his best. You guys want to throw in a few more super chats and rumble rants? I'll be happy to go back to the chat. Otherwise, we're just going to run out the fucking clock on a day where we made a whopping $50. Trying to stay ahead and knock out all of our goals for the week. $250 away from tomorrow morning. If you thought we did a show that was worth a fuck today, show us by dropping in a couple of bucks or a sub. Links are in the chat. Otherwise, yeah, fuck it. We got a couple stories left. When I'm done with those, we'll head out. This is me trying my best.
Fingering people. I can't win there. I'm a fucking pervert and a weirdo. And then I offer to finger a homeless guy, and now I suck shit at fingering.
Yeah, you know what? That is a good description of my frustration this morning.
Okay.
That is a good description of Mein Kampf.
You can't win today, apparently.
No. All I wanted to do, I was like, worst case scenario today, we're going to have a slow day and we'll be 200 behind for Wednesday morning at the end of the day. And not even close. Not even close. And now, you know, the nice thing is, like, I guess now no show on. It looks like it's pretty far reach to say that we're going to have a show on Thursday morning. So I might get myself a nice little extra day off. Historically White says he's pouting. You're goddamn right I'm pouting. Fucking got up early, did a great show, didn't make dick. Like I said, I don't do this for fun. So if there's a day where we didn't make dick, yeah, of course I'm going to pout. I got up at 5 a.m. If you would have said, Aaron, no matter what happens today, no matter how good of a show you do, no matter how funny you are, and you were hilarious, if you would have said, you're going to make $50 today, I would have said, just shut off my alarm. That's fine. I'm good. We'll just try. Because, like, honestly, like, moving tomorrow morning's goal from 3 to 250, like, we could have done that in the evening show.
Yeah.
And I could have just slept longer. So, yes, if we don't rally up, I am going to feel like I kind of wasted my time a little bit. So, if you want to say that's pouting, then yes, I'm fucking pouting like crazy. The NBA world was quick to do some digging for suspicious plays after it was reported that free agent Malik Beasley was being investigated for gambling. Yeah, there's a bit of a gambling controversy in the NBA. You know, I think these guys, I think if you play in a sport, you should be banned from gambling on that sport.
Yeah.
Even, like, I know some people say, well, as long as you don't bet on games you're in. Yeah, but all these guys know each other. They're all friends. Let's say one of them,
insider information in some ways.
Yeah, let's say one of them ends up. Oh no, I didn't get up early to scroll news sites, Chevy fan. I do that the night before. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you're going to gamble on sports and you know people who are playing that game, you can tell them, like, hey, I'm having a tough time. I just put a huge wager down on your game. If you could make sure that, you know, you score over this many points tonight, or I have a bet on the over-under. If you could get it here, I would appreciate that, blah, blah. Like, there's too many questions. Like, if you're a referee or a player, or an executive or a coach, I think if you're involved with the NBA or NFL or MLB in any way, shape, or form, I don't think you should get the bet on those sports.
So is this guy going to also just retire to the baseball leagues for a couple of years?
Yeah, that's what happens to basketball players, right? They get caught gambling and they're like, hey, I got an idea. We're not going to suspend you. Why don't you go play baseball? No, the thing with Michael Jordan was that he was such a big deal. And if they found out that he was this unwholesome fucking gambling addict, it might have cost Nike money, cost the NBA money, cost Michael Jordan money. So I think they all colluded together and they said, Jesus Christ, Michael, if it ever comes out, the fucking gambling you've been doing, we're going to have to suspend you. So why don't you announce your retirement? You just won 3 championships in a row. Take like a year off, play some baseball, do things you wanted to do, and then you can come back. And then he came back, and what did he do? He won 3 more championships. So you wonder if he...
Who would have bet on that?
And that's just it. Like with Michael Jordan, he was such a competitive guy that Michael Jordan would have never bet against his own team, and he would have never bet against himself. Like, he would have only bet on, like, him scoring 9,000 points every game, you know? At least one prominent U.S. sportsbook detected unusual heavy betting interest on Beasley's statistics beginning around January of 2024. A gambling industry source pointed to a game between the Bucks and the Portland Trail Blazers on January 31st, 2024. The odds on Beasley recording fewer than 2.5 rebounds moved significantly at sportsbooks before the game, shortening from around plus 120 to around minus 250 due to a surge of action on the under. So Beasley finished with 6 rebounds, and the bets that were deemed unusual lost. Oh. Well, then what's the fucking problem?
It's clearly he didn't have anything to do.
He didn't bet on himself.
Right? Are they implying that he bet on himself and he tanked his own bets?
Well, yeah, they're looking into stats and they're wondering if maybe he manipulated some games. But like, if there was a shitload of betting on the under and all those bets lost, then he didn't rig a goddamn thing.
Unless the people that were managing the bets are like, hey, we've got a shitload of bets on this, so if you can make sure to tank them.
Maybe.
Again, are they saying that he bet on the under or that the under bets are the, I don't know.
Well, no, they're saying that the bets that were deemed unusual lost. So I don't know. Maybe they jacked up the odds. No, the odds shortened on the over to plus 120. So he would have got less money for his over bet if he ran it down. So yeah, it doesn't make any sense. At the end of a February 2021 game, for example, Beasley scored a last-second basket against the Clippers when he was a Timberwolf. Although the game was well out of reach and the Clippers' victory was assured, the shot decreased their lead on the Timberwolves from 9 to 7. The Timberwolves were supposedly 8.5-point underdogs. Although CBS's sportsbook had them at 10.5 and Beasley's shot allowed them to cover the spread. See, yeah, this seems very...
This is all speculative.
Yeah. I don't think that he was... I don't think he was fucking like manipulating game. Well, here, let's take a look. Let's see. They're saying, look at the stress on his face. He needs to get it under 8 points. He's dead.
Beasley's going to get it off. One last shot. How about Beasley?
Wait a minute. I mean, that was weird.
That he pushed that hard to score?
Yeah, that you were down 9 points with like 4 seconds left. Usually you just dribble it out. He ran up and dunked real quick. I mean, okay. You know what? That's weird. You did run up there and dunk. Like for no reason. Now they're saying that they have other clips of Beasley fucking around in games. Let's see. There's Beasley for 3. Missed it. Got it back. Threw it up again. Missed it. Oh, and he didn't play D on that at all. They're saying maybe he missed those shots on purpose to rig the score so that he... yeah. That one's less obvious than the Timberwolves one.
Yeah.
But Malik Beasley is being investigated by the FBI for gambling right now. So it's possible. Let's see more evidence. So this is a 7-point game. And dude, look at this. He just let him buy. Oh man. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have that up.
Yeah, you didn't have it up.
I'm sorry. Watch this. You fucking kidding me? There's two options here. Either he's rigging the scores in these games or this guy is the worst fucking defender in basketball history. This one is titled, Yeah, Malik Beasley is 100% guilty. Let's see.
Beasley, Harris falls down. Hardaway, back for Cunningham. Swing it off the hands of Beasley. Out of bounds. Pistons turn it over.
And that cost
the game?
That cost them the playoff series.
Oh.
New York was up 3-2. And that kicked Detroit out of the playoffs. So this one says Malik Beasley is going to prison. Let's take a look. Now, this game is 16-10 in the first quarter. I don't think you can rig a game in the first quarter, but let's take a look.
Well, the three new Lakers out there together. Beasley fires away. Shot in with getting them implemented in what we do.
Okay, now wait a minute. You're allowed to have a shitty game.
Yeah, maybe he just sucks at hitting threes sometimes.
Yeah, you're allowed to not be able to hit shit from outside some days.
It'll be fascinating to watch. I know the Phoenix Suns didn't shuffle.
Like, that's not an easy shot to hit. He had a hand in his face. Yeah, he's got two guys in his face. That's
Herder up top to Beasley. Beasley checks the seams and can't get Walker. Malik Beasley. Wenyon Gabriel. Beasley a three. That's off the tables. Beasley for three. And he missed.
Yeah, you're allowed to miss shots in games, dude. I got, like, some of these are a little nitpicky. The Timberwolves one looks weird. The one where the guy from the Pacers just blew right past him, that looks weird.
He just kind of was like,
Yeah, the one where he literally dropped the ball.
I can understand why there's an investigation. I'll say that. I can understand someone wanting to just kind of look at this a little bit. Interesting. But the way that it was read to me, I would say it sounded like he bit himself. If he was making these bets on himself, he bit himself in the ass. Or he took the bets on the other side of it, but you said that all the bets were losers. So it's just like, are they saying he made the bets or he made the betting swing?
We also have to take into account the fact maybe Malik Beasley kind of sucks in the NBA too.
That is a possibility.
Like, you're allowed to have a shitty night where you miss
the
a bunch of
Timberwolves
shots.
one, like you said, there's nothing about you racing up and just dunking is going to secure that game at all.
That one looks weird. That one looks weird that you ran up and dunked to make it a 7-point game. Did you have money on the... But then again, if you're betting the under, that means you're betting on your team. If you win the bet. Like, your team has to lose by less than 8 points. Like, to me, that indicates that you're betting on your team. So that's not motivation for him to play shitty. That's motivation for him to play well. So, okay. I don't know. Thank you, Leah, for gifting a membership to Fill Her Slit. Appreciate that. 2:45 away from tomorrow morning's goal. We made $60 this morning. Go Steel Toe. There you go. There you go. If you want me back in the chat, throw in a couple of bucks. We'll go in there. We'll talk to you. We'll rap at you. We'll see what happens. Maybe you guys could. We're 2:45 away, so we're $5 away from having too many beans, and we're $15 away from the dentist time.
Okay.
You know, I'm tired of this fucking Lizzo spiking the football before she's won a goddamn thing.
What's she spiking the football
She's
about?
still a fat whale.
Yeah.
And
She
now
lost some weight, though, but yeah.
She lost some weight, but it's like, you're still a pig. You still have work to do. Like, you were way the fuck up there. Like, she's doing all these photo shoots and videos now where she's like, oh, yeah, look at how fucking sexy I am. It's like, no, you're still rolls on rolls.
Yeah.
Like, there's, like this photo shoot that she
I will say that is a very big improvement.
Great. It's a big improvement. It's still...
Right. She's taking a little bit more of a victory lap than, oh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
No.
Like, it's still lose some fucking weight. You're still unhealthy, whatever. Like, I think this is a publicity thing. I think she's trying to straddle the line. I think she's trying to not lose too much weight because all the body positivity people will be mad at her because she was their hero because she was too lazy to go for a jog.
Mm-hmm.
But she also wants to be healthier so she doesn't fucking croak at 45.
Yeah. Turns out being a touring musician is a lot of physical exercise of just walking from point A to point B. So it's just hard for her to keep that calorie intake up.
Well, there's also Ozempic.
And then they strut her around on stage in front of the heat and lights. She's like a giant cow at a fair, but she doesn't have enough cud to keep her going. She's going to be emaciated before the end of this thing.
April's Missing Orgasm says, did you really have to show us your post-show fap material? That's not what that is.
Here's another thing. Spray painting hoe or having hoe looking like it's tagged on the back of your pants. What is that doing for you or the rest of your women? Like, how is that emboldening you?
Right.
I want to know, because I'm curious, because I feel like women got Jedi mind tricked into being like, no, being a slut is good for you.
Right. Like, hoe is good.
And they just went, oh, okay, and just started filleting people. Like, what's going on?
You know, modern feminism is let's give men everything they ever wanted. That's about it.
Their moms were like, I want an equal vote. And then their daughters are like, will you please be my OnlyFans pimp?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you're Jack Doherty or Andrew Tate, you know.
There you go.
You hook up. So I think that the Lizzo thing is remarkably unfortunate because she's not the picture of health, and yet she's out there like, oh, yeah, look at how good I look. It's like, no. You looked so shitty before that you still have a lot of fucking work to do. A lot of work to do. More than I'm comfortable with. Chevy fan says, titties look like leftovers from a seafood boil. Oh, my God. It's perfect. I actually kind of nailed it. Kind of nailed it on that one, if I'm being totally honest with you. Holy shit. Leftovers from a seafood boil. By the way, you ever had a seafood boil?
I don't believe so.
So good. Now I'm hungry. Now
That's
I
just
want
when you just have a pot and you just boil a bunch of different seafood in one thing. Sounds pretty selfish.
Yeah, seafood boil. Yeah, let's show Johnny a seafood boil. Let's do that.
I mean, I've had seafood before, but I don't think I've ever had lobster tail. I've had crab legs, obviously imitation crab. I've had a lot of fish.
This is a seafood boil is like kind of a soup, gumbo-ish.
I got nothing going on today.
Kind of a thing. 2:45 away from tomorrow morning. If we don't knock that out by the end of the day today, the Thursday show is unfortunately off the table because, well, not technically, because the morning show audience the next day could hammer out both of them.
Right.
The morning and the evening. As long as the evening show Wednesday is knocked out before the start of the evening show Wednesday, the Thursday show is still on the table. So if you guys want to do your part, throw in a couple of bucks here in the next 10 minutes, and then I won't feel like it was a total waste of time on today's show. This is a seafood boil.
For this recipe, you're gonna need a tall pot with a good bit of that H.
I can't fucking listen to her. We're gonna find a different one.
Yeah, let's find a different one.
We're gonna do it.
Isn't that the same chick that did the
Check it
crab
out, folks.
too?
If you guys didn't know by now,
The crab?
Yeah, the blue crabs in the frickin' Ninja Foodie air fryer thing.
Oh, no. I think that you might be right, but that didn't seem like her. No, I think that girl was younger.
Pat Neely and myself, we started a brand new channel called The Grilling.
All right, fuck off. Let's do the seafood boil.
Look, so my
Okay,
tool
so we
of choice,
start
obviously we
with
outside,
shrimp.
I'm gonna be using my Creole feast, right? Notice I'm gonna use my paddle and
So there's special seasonings in the boil. I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay, so look, what little bit of prep we gotta do is I'm gonna take these, my lemons. I like to have that little bit of lemon flavor in there. You know what I mean? That. Then when it come down to the onions, you guys will see.
Onion.
I don't cut them all down like how some people do. You know what I mean? I just get them like this. Right? Now that I got these, this should be enough right here because we want to infuse these with a little, like to get at least the outer shell off of there. Just like this.
So now we got to
Before
throw.
I add anything else, I'm going to let these stay in for about 5 minutes. Now let me address how much, seafood boil that I put in here, right? And when I say seafood boil, I'm gonna go ahead and call it what it is. This is my Creole boil. I would suggest you guys put in half of the pack if you're gonna do about half of this, you know what I mean, and then taste it to see if that's the bite you want. For me and for the folks that's coming over here, they won't bite. So if they won't bite.
So basically he's making like a seasoned broth.
Okay.
That makes sense. Now he's going to throw all the onions and the carrots and the lemons in there.
You saw that I was using, what was I using? I was using red potatoes. Now, off the outer edge, we're going to put some
garlic. Got whole garlic cloves.
Yep, whole garlic cloves in there.
Of course, we got to put your onion.
Done.
Right? Then I'm going to hurry up and get this top back on here and get this back to boiling. Right?
Wait, those aren't carrots. Those are
sausages. And that'll be the next thing we do.
Sausages and seafood, bro. I don't know.
Inexpensive. You know what I mean? Because you're going to need something to combat, you know, this seafood. Because it is high right now. All right.
Then you got corn cobs. You put
the reason
some
I'm
corn
doing
cobs
that, I really like them this size, but I got a few guests coming over here. You know, guys that are new to this.
Kids
you know
or
what I mean?
something?
Check me out down in that comment section below when you're doing. And the reason
All right,
I'm
here
doing
you go.
this.
Now you got some lobster tail.
That's because I don't know about y'all, but I got friends that are a little bit on the greedy side. So if you put them in like this, I know some of y'all gonna be like, hey, don't cut that off. I'm just doing this because I wanted to look nice on film. You know what I mean? But if I wasn't doing that, of course, this is all food, right? So I'm just.
So we got a bunch of lobster tails.
Yep.
Okay, so now what I'm really checking this for, I can see that everything, look at the lemons. Nice, soft, nothing but that lemon flavor that's in the inside. That's what keeps it a little bit on the refreshing side. Look, I can look so I don't catch no splash, right? But we want all of this to go in there too. Look at that. You see how they swell up over there? Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. I just want to show you something. This is after like 5 minutes.
Now we're going to put some crab legs
in there. See
in
how they start to curl up? Ain't nothing but flavor in there. That deep Creole seafood boil, I can't say enough about that. Look, let me see if I can get him up without losing it. Ooh, my goodness, right? Rinsed these, washed them, had them on ice, the whole shebang. So we want to get these in here like this.
Whole crab claws.
Right?
Whole thing. Throw it
Now,
in there.
Remember at the beginning, I said, you're going to wish you was my neighbor.
Oh, you got some king crab going in.
And then you see that right there?
Yeah.
Look at that. See, we coming back up to a boil. We're going to let that steam do just a little bit of work. Pour that in there. Make sure we get this, you know, submerged because we want to have a whole lot of flavor, right? And we don't want to overcook it.
So now you're going to get all the seafood flavor mixed in with all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll start with just like a tablespoon, right? Go ahead, you know, mince all your garlic. Start it off like that. After that, go ahead and add the rest.
Is that a dipping sauce or is that his?
I don't know. All right, so out comes the boil product.
Look at that right there. Then I'm finna do y'all a solid. Look, I don't know how y'all do y'all's, but this is how I do mine. Don't forget, I put a lot of that deep, Creole seafood boil in there.
Now, when I've had a seafood boil, they bring the juice with it. Like they put it in a bowl. Like they make it almost
seems like he made that with some of the juice.
Yeah, it was almost like a gumbo.
Like an au jus in some ways, because a lot of au jus made with drippings as well.
Yep, that was part of it. Thank you very much to Doggo Doesn't Die with $20. Says Aaron, I love doing these shows. Also, Aaron, I don't do this for fun. No, that makes sense, doesn't it?
You love what you do, but the motivation is beyond just the love.
Yeah, it's more than just I do it for like I wouldn't get up at 5 a.m. for fun. Like, I wouldn't get up and do this show at the time the audience has become accustomed to for fun. Doing the show is hilarious fun. I love doing it. I can't think of a better way to spend 4 hours in the morning. I'm saying it's not like the same reason I go golfing. Put it that way. I
was in the pool.
I've become good enough for people to give me money to do the show that I enjoy doing. Put it that way. Hey, guess what that put it at?
2:30.
2:30. That's right. 2:30 for tomorrow morning's goal. If we've got 3 minutes left. If you'd like to leave it at 2:30, I'm fine with that too. I did say if we got under 200 today, I would consider today's show a smashing success.
We're close.
But we're at 2:30, and if we can't be at 200, and we have to be anywhere, I would love to be at 2:30. So we put $80 on the board this morning on a day where we're ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Tin Man Taylor with $5. God damn it. Says, do a Petey Green impression of a seafood boil. Oh, man, I feel like that guy kind of was doing a Petey Green impression of a seafood boil. All you got to do is pick up the corn like this. All you can do is pick it up. Oh. Lord have mercy. And, I see a lot of white folk walking around like, Petey Green, you want to reach in and just grab some of that seafood boil? I said, listen, lady, don't hold out on me. I know that you want to just reach in and grab that seafood boil for yourself, and you want to try to deal me out. Don't play me like that. All you got to do is pick up the lobster like this.
Some of them even have the notion to put liquor in it.
Some people, you see people, they got a notion to put liquor in it and make it like a seafood cocktail, man. That's a waste of seafood when all you got to do is pick up like this. You pick up like, I don't want to mess up, so I'm smiling. So you guys did get yourselves inside of 2:30 today.
Yep.
You did get to 225 for today. So you did think, or you did get pretty damn close to where we want to be. 225 away from Wednesday morning. So doing a show on Thursday morning is still in play. Oh, Johnny, you're done for the week.
Yeah.
On this show. Yeah.
I'm out for the week and I got things to do, so I'm a boogie.
But you're doing a show today.
Yeah, as soon as I get back, depending on how long the appointment at the place I'm looking at takes, coming right back after that.
All right. I got to gather some things, and then I got to run an errand. Then I got to go pick up the kids, and then it's off to the lake until it's time for the evening show. So thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Go watch Johnny today at 1 o'clock Central Time. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. Go ahead and subscribe to all three of those. Hit like, hit subscribe. And follow the channels that we're on right now before tonight's show. We appreciate it. And before you leave, thank you so much. Take it easy and have a great rest of your day.